Something for the new, something for everybody in between. We live nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat.
To get your information, to the spoon, to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vanjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep my congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon
Balabadi, skidibidi, dabado.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat.
To get your information, to the spoon, to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, moreover, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vanjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep my congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 What I want? This one you back today.
School TV.
This one you back today.
School TV. School School entertainment.
Yes,
24 minutes up to 9 p.m. here in Liberia. Today is Tuesday, the 30th day of January 2024. So for those of you who've been wondering, hey, when was January and the month, the month this, the month that, January got 16 weeks, and all of those things. Well, on tomorrow, you'll be saying bye-bye to the month of January. Once again, you're welcome to Liberia's biggest talk show. This is the Spoon Talk, beaming across the entire country. Many thanks to stations that are relaying us in Maryland, in Grand Crew, in Nimba, in Bong, in Grand Cape Mount, in Bombing, in Lofa County, Riverside, and the rest of the counties making up Liberia, making sure that information, factual information, is heard by our people all across the country. For those of you watching us via Spoon TV Live, we love to say welcome to you. For those of you watching via YouTube, you also welcome as well. A lot of things happening in the country. We pick amongst the bunch, bring you up to speed with what's trending in Liberia, and then we'll open the phone lines for you to tell us what's on your mind as well. So the whole issue about who left 40, who met 20, JMB's speech has provoked not just talks across the country, but the House of Representatives has summoned the central bank governor, Governor Aloysius Stalu, because JMB said in his speech, we met $20.5 million in the consolidated account backed by facts, by paper, by document, by evidence. He said the very day we met $20.5 million. So the governor of the Central Bank of Liberia has been summoned to appear before the House of Representatives to throw light or shed light and present his evidence and everything as to where this discrepancy is coming from. What are our 20.5 or our 40.5? What thing happened? So P. Mark Jury asked plenary to invite Governor Talu, and he will appear on Thursday, the 1st of February 2024, to inform the Liberian people through the people's representatives as to who's saying what on the whole issue of 40 million and 20 million. Also, there will be a host of confirmation hearings. Since his inauguration, President Boakai has been making nominations and appointments and sending OICs to the various places. But few confirmation hearings have been tabled according to the pro tempore of the Liberian Senate, Senator Yombli Kanga Lawrence. So bring you up to speed quickly with those confirmation hearings that are to happen this week and subsequent weeks, or next week as well. We'll be bringing you all of the listing. I'm trying to get that for you so that you can know those who will be going for their confirmation hearings as well. But before I do that, let me bring on Dwalu and the people. He's in the studio. Good night. Pleasant night to you, Dwalu. How are you doing, sir?
Hey, man, we can't complain. It's a great night. And we're here to talk to people's business. Welcome to the audience. Y'all can't let's talk about Liberia. We can't get tired talking about this thing. Y'all welcome plenty all across the country. Damo, I noticed you guys haven't been recognizing my people. I don't like that. We should do that tonight, at least when the calls are happening. But everybody, man, you're welcome. Yeah, come to Liberia.
Okay. Are you safe?
I am safe to the extent that I think safety is concerned. But we take extra precaution to make sure we are absolutely safe. When we believe our safety crosses into a realm that we do not accept, we will go public with it.
Yeah. That question is not only for the safety of your person.
Right.
You know, last night the former CEO said you were left alone. And that's why I'm asking if you're safe.
I'm entirely safe. We had to leave yesterday because of a little layback in the station, but overall, man, we're doing good. This is Liberia. But like anywhere else, you have to take precautions to make sure you're safe.
Okay.
Absolutely safe. Yeah.
All right. That was just a question to,
Yeah.
I know you've been in conversation.
Yeah.
Back and forth, but at least to ease,
I agree.
eyes all around. But Dalu is safe. That was not a question about his safety in the country, though. Let me just make that clear.
Yeah.
It was another question, and he understood the angle from which I came.
Absolutely.
All right. So Dwalu, a lot happening in the country.
Yeah.
Today, the president got conferred an honorary doctorate, degree by the United Methodist University, where he served as the keynote speaker.
Yeah.
And something happened, a side distraction, I should call it that way, happened that has raised a lot of questions. You guys will delve more into that. You delve more into that.
Yeah.
Yes. And there's an array, a whole list of confirmation hearings.
Yeah.
And today the debate on many of the radio stations across the country has been still dissecting and digesting the president's first State of the Nation address.
Yeah.
One of 6. And I'll just ask you a straight up question.
Yeah.
Yesterday I didn't get to ask you that question directly. On a scale of 1 to 10, how do you rate the president's speech? Omissions, admissions.
Yeah, you see,
plans,
yeah. Okay, okay. See, I want to do it sectionally, but if you're talking about the totality of the speech in itself, I think it was an excellent speech overall. But I want to dive into the details of the speech. This is what I want to go. The president spoke about literally every single angle that the country needs to hear. My focus now is what he said he's going to do it. Now, that's the question. So he touched from tourism. He touched on the issue of law and order in the country. He touched on that. He touched on the safety of the Liberian family, the drug issue across the country, how he's going to tackle that. He touched on job creation. For me, that's the primary thing for me. I wanted more detail on that. So overall, in that realm, there are more I'll be asking. I want to see more plans on how the details are going to come about. I want to see the technocrats or the architects behind this plan, how those plans are going to come to fruition, because I will continue to stress this. One of the primary reasons why I come on the Spoon Network is to somehow find a way so we can protect the Liberian family. And I think the only best way is through the presidency, through government. We have to protect the Liberian family, because I believe personally that the Liberian family is being dissolved. We are losing our heritage, our culture, because the family is not together. The lack of job creation in the society. Every single location across the country, as I travel the breadth and length of Liberia, I'm discouraged when it comes to the Liberian family. So I want more spoken to the Liberian family, how they're going to be protected. It was not covered in the speech. I know you cannot cover everything, but the president overall, the speech, I will give it 8 out of 10. It was a great speech.
Okay. 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
Someone says 7 out of 10,
Yeah.
Based on their own metrics and their own weighing of the speech. But the debate has been about what was omitted. And I listened to various radio stations this morning just to get a grasp of what is being said. And someone made a salient point. And I want you to piggyback on it or to give your own opinion on that. The person said, as per what the State of the Nation address is for the ensuing year.
Correct.
It is not for the totality of his tenure as president.
Correct.
So it's what he intends to tackle this year.
Correct.
Until he gives another sooner next year.
Correct.
So if he's focusing on economic empowerment and road connectivity and tourism, does that mean he will not focus on war crime code before he leaves office?
No, the speech, most of the plans the president put forth, they are just primary of his target. Look, government is massive. the government can chew gum and walk at the same time. So the president said, listen, I know there are competing priorities across the country, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to take these priorities and I'm going to sequence them in terms of importance. This is what a speech does. It gives you a bunch of priorities and say, listen, this is what we're going to tackle. This just doesn't mean we're not going to address domestic violence issues, but we're going to focus on this and this and this and this. However, if this happens, we're going to reorient our direction to address this. So the speech, like you said, rightfully so, is for the next 12 months. Within that 12 months, the president intends to do this, this, and this. Now, it goes back to the people that have been chosen around the president. You have to work. You have to work aggressively. Look, we are so far behind. Sometimes I wonder what our people for they understand how far behind we are. So if we are not working aggressively, the president can give all the speeches he wants. And like I said, those speeches are welcomed because in the last administration, we didn't get any speeches. The speeches are important though, because it tells the people the vision of the president, the direction of the country, the president's intention. So all of those are being calculated. But at the end of the day, our people must feel the leadership of the president. That's my intent, and I hope the president does more. And let's bring hope to our people.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So 8 out of 10, you said.
Yep.
Fadika is going to join us later on once he's set up properly. He's going to join us as well. And I'll be leaving early, turning over to Nelson Colette. But before I do so, let's go to the phone lines and let people tell us what's on their mind as well. As you said, we've not been greeting your people.
Yeah.
That is a claim I refute because we've been greeting your people.
Oh, okay, good. Then have you been following?
Yeah, so you see,
yes,
and the fault is yours. But we've been greeting your people. Your people are in good hands. Yeah. But let's go to the phone lines quickly. 077771075, 05551101075, and tell us what's on your mind. Let's take this person here. 1 minute, please. Hello.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. Let's hear you out.
Thank you. This is the voice of Emmanuel Cody. I'm the PRO for the Regular Colors Association of Liberia.
You're not from association again? Regular Colors?
Regular Colors Association of Liberia.
So the way you're the CEO now, you can provide any meanings to call, or how do you guys sustain calling? Anyway, go ahead. Regular Colors.
So the issue, let me say this. Today, I think the thing that happened to the president would like to be the security blunder. I think the security need to focus on the president in a gallery. On new party, when they pass through and from the back of the president and put his hands around the president, it was wrong. The security, they're not focused. They're not focusing today. In case our different intentional questions are different talking, so they need to double again in protecting the president. They have been paid for to protect the president.
Yeah, I understand your point. I understand your point.
The blunder.
Okay.
What they feel, because it penetrated through. They were standing. Because it put their hand around the president.
All right, sir.
It was embarrassment to the president to need to double that game.
I'm sure the Executive Protective Service, the EPS, they are going to come out and speak to the public concerning that. All right, thank you.
If you protecting the whole country, you have been paid for it.
All right.
The method today, thank you for having me home.
Thank you. And I needed to ask you where your headquarters is located. Is it the Regular Colors Association? You say why your headquarters is? All right. From Defenders now we have Regular Colors Association. So let's take this person here. Hello.
Hello.
You live. Go ahead, please. Kindly reduce the volume of whatever it is you're using to listen. The feedback is terrible. Please. Hello. Okay, so we lost that person there. Replace them with this person here. Hello.
Hello.
Just there you are, please. You're welcome.
Diamond, this is Wayne from Concord Town.
Okay, Wayne. Good to hear from you.
I have a few things in mind to express this evening. For one, they that was on this station last night, especially from St. Jackson. I think it was in material because in night he born Sylvester Grisby to talk for him. How old is he? It's not his business. That whole attitude between Sylvester and the president. And yet, he was still calling up to this time. The former president, your president, President Weah. He is not President Weah. He is former President Weah. And he has no right of telling the public that the man is old. He's not supposed to work. That in the diplomatic side is wrong. Number two, the lack of following up. When Weah was taking office, he said he did not be anything in the cover. The cover was empty. So he's turned over. He said 92 million. How come? Is he consistent? Is he truthful to the Liberian people? When he took over yesterday and he said nothing, the court over empty. And former President Ellen used to say the papers are there. They turn it over. She is there. And when he turned over down there, he met 92 million. Come. Is he truthful to the Liberian people? And during his inauguration address, he said he's going to tackle first the coastal road. What happened to it today? Former football players took over the country. The football interest in this country has died. They're sitting down there. Then the question about the president, Boakai. As I always say when I call, I worked with Omen Boakai before.
All right, sir. You have to please wrap up kindly. We have others on the line, please.
How it is today.
All right, sir. Thank you.
So I trust the old man.
Thank you.
And I relies on him. Only those that he will select, he will be careful how to work with him.
All right, sir. Thank you. All right. Please, let's at least give others the chance, at least just go to our point so that we can take as many persons possible. Hello?
How are you?
Good. Let's hear you out, please.
Yeah, thank you for the program.
You're welcome.
My concern is with the woman, President Boakai, appointed at the budget department at the Ministry of Finance. President Boakai should remove that woman because she worked with Oponwea for 6 years, and we could not see any development in this country.
Are you also aware she worked with President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf as well?
The budget is meant for salaries of lawmakers, whereas only 15% can the country be developed.
So you're saying the president should move off from there?
Yes, she should be removed from there immediately, without any delay. And if President Boakai refuses, Matthew Green, we will go to him, we will petition that woman, he should remove him from there. Because if I said it comes to rescue the country, arrest program, he has the arrest program, to bring in somebody who has deflated the country's economy. You have somebody who just finger the budget, put in figures in the budget without any development. Lawmakers having 1,800,000. Then you give agriculture $10,000. You give education $5,000. You give health $2,000. Now that same woman you keep in there, and the budget is a rotten document. It is just there. They have the budget. They put in figures to suit to their purposes. It's not reflective of the government's agenda. And since Boakai comes to rescue the nation, it comes to arrest the country. Woman should be removed from there. The budget should be submitted to him, and they should work on that budget. If there is no money, they should ask the international community to assist Nigeria with money to see to that budget that what the budget is for the budget.
Thank
we
you.
want a developmental budget, not
Thank
a
you, sir.
financial budget.
Thank you. I'm sorry, but I have to let you go. I have to apologize to you, but yes, and still I have to let you go, sir. We have others on the line to also give their points. So at least 1 minute per caller. Hello? Hello?
Good evening.
Yes, let's hear you out, please.
This is Rosetta calling from 17th Street.
Go ahead, Rosetta.
Yeah, my advice to the president, I want for him to change all the bodyguard are behind him because today they want to assault today.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So Rose, there, straight to the point. Hello?
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Yes, let's hear you out.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, what happened today, I mean, it was breach of security protocol, and I started to speak to God around the public, actually a real tree. You know how to I'm asking the EPS or daughter to please go and have a God tree. Even the one that will be out because we are. There are a lot of former photos that will be out of peanut butter. They need to try to clean them. Because the area happened today, then but I will all running around here. Yeah, and secondly to Mr. Bralo. I think also at least I want to get into this. Please listen to me. The last time you told us, we are cassava farmers, we are farmers. He said we're going to look in that direction. At least the people, the way China buy the cassava from Nigeria, and the Nigerian people making over 1 million, 136 million annually. Please, we are producing cassava. Let's put it about this year. So at least they want to live with China, so we want to be able to clear our cassava. Go on, at least we will be able to get something to support our family instead of becoming government or working government. So, Donald, please, Mr. Donald, I would beg you, try and get that one on the prayer agenda so we will get something done for our families. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you. Let me welcome Dr. Richardson as well as Fadiga, Hussein Fadiga. You guys are welcome to you, Dr. Richardson. Good afternoon. To Fadiga, my man, what's all you? We in the same country, no. So.
Dama, hello, I'm not in the same country.
Yeah, we know. If I hear now, that's somebody jokingly said, "Value color changing, getting darker."
Well, I'm just spending like 8 hours in the sun all day. So,
what are you doing spending 8 hours in the sun? I hope you hydrating yourself.
No, I'm hydrating. We're working, Dr. Fencing. You know, we have to be out there with the guys, and I love it. Actually, I love throwing some shovel. You know, mess around with the guys. You know, yeah, it's pretty good.
That's good. Good, keeping yourself in shape.
Yeah.
Fadiga, what's up with you?
I'm doing good. That person didn't call me. I hope I'm bringing it up, but I just wanted to let you know. But yeah, I'm doing good.
Okay, you staying healthy?
I'm drinking a lot. I'm staying away from mosquitoes. I kind of
you carry mosquito medicine with you, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all know you're my children. I gotta take care of you now.
Yeah.
Well, it's hard. The sun is not too. I don't know. It's just humid.
It's humid. Inside it's humid,
the
buddy.
sun is not really.
I'm used to that weather no more. Me, I don't enjoy that weather. I can't. Right now, you can't be in the refrigerator. You know how our country is. Yeah, y'all be regretting. It's cool outside. You can't. I don't even think the sun came outside to this. You just cool. At least y'all got sun. Y'all can enjoy it.
Yes, lots of sun too. You can keep your cool for now.
Don't worry, come here. Be bluffing.
I'll come here. I'm not coming here. I'm staying right here. I won't get super dark, like midnight.
We'll send dump truck for you. Don't worry. Helicopter, everything coming for you.
Yes.
Now when you park there and sit there, when you get tired with it, just sit there. Yeah, when you get tired with it, tell them say you'll go back to your cool.
No. You're not cool feeling for going well.
You got until April, May, around that time.
Yeah.
But you know what's happening, Dr. Richardson? Why isn't the sun affecting Fadiga too? You know, Fadiga still looks, like Fadiga. You know.
No, it looks the same.
Fadiga not building. He's not shoveling anything.
Yeah. I'm not gonna dark. Yeah.
Then you gotta put it so that
Yeah, you make it super black, you know.
rubbing grease, or you be rubbing face powder.
There you go. The sun is good. The sun feels good. I love the sun. So we stay out there all day. You know, you got to be with the guys. I love it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright.
Especially at
Hey,
the
yo,
evening,
voila.
it's good. Get some beach breeze. You know, get some nice.
It's humid outside though. It's very humid.
Very humid.
Yeah, it gets
You
humid.
know, it's like
You by the beach?
humid.
Hmm. Yeah, get some nice cassava planting. I know I wasn't I'm not too fond of a checker, but because it's not something that I grew up eating in Liberia, but I think that was popular during a certain time frame in Liberia. So yeah, a checker is part of our menu now.
Mm,
They had cassava, plantain, yam, and petals in the hotel this morning.
yeah.
Mhm.
Well,
Let's get started.
Oh,
Dwali?
yeah, Liberian people work.
let's get to business. I think we're gonna go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna take a few more calls,
Okay.
My brother Slimzo, I hear you.
and then you can greet your people, and I'll be
Okay.
bidding you guys farewell for tonight.
Okay.
Anyway,
Yes.
I even noticed the man got a police siren on his car. But
Oh, look
that's
at
a
that.
different story.
Oh, that's what that one hang out with the big people.
I
Yes.
didn't know what I'm talking. So the first thing
That one is time to the president. That one, that's more particular like bro. That one.
But someone not small, man.
evening.
Yeah.
Paths are clear for him.
Rob when he's small. Rob when he's small.
Clear the path for clear the path for President Boakai.
Hmm.
It's just a privilege, you know, that I for
You
in
can be part of the envoy. I'm gonna tell him, man.
That you see. That don't mean telling you as you mean tell you.
You be sitting down there like Jack can't wait to get to the place. In a minute it take me. Let me hear more.
Oh no, the sweet part is you don't get caught up, you know, by traffic. But when you have reached your destination, having taking the president home, and you have to drive by yourself and go back to your house, that's when or come to the office. That's when you know that power sweet.
It tells you never forget where you came from, right?
Yeah, that's when you know that power sweet, because then you have to navigate the traffic, you know, and be talking to yourself or talking to others to get to where you're going. But you know, it's one of those privileges we tell God thank you for.
Amen.
You know, and I'm gonna be a bit biased today. People can say what they want to say because of what happened. Well, you know, the gentleman said he meant no harm. It shouldn't have happened in the first place for him to have gotten so close to the president as he did. But for Liberians to say, you know, that the guys who formed the diamond of President Boakai are not professionally trained, I want to disagree. Even in the US, the Secret Service they've had lapses 1 or 2 occasions. It happens, you know. I will say it today, they well trained, the veterans, and even veterans sometimes there is a slip up. I'm not the spokesperson for the EPS though; they'll come and defend themselves. But if you are around these guys, you know that they're well trained. Today was just one of those things, and I'm sure they will talk it over, and they will have it sorted out. And the president, you know, shook it off and asked that they allow the guy to go. You know, yeah, allowed it. That's the character that he is.
No,
that is the character, President Boakai. That's the character that he is. You know,
can't allow somebody to go like that. That's an offense.
If the security goes and question him, fine. But what he didn't want to make it out of something big and all of those things.
That example.
If they want to question the fellow, he said he's ready to come for questioning and investigation. He was only overwhelmed and happy that, you know, he was seeing his president. It's true. It's a bit dangerous for people to come out and say that those guys are not trained. I want to bluntly disagree. They trained. It's one of those things that slip.
I don't think about being trained.
Yeah.
It's just one of those mistakes that cannot be made.
Yeah.
You just allow one. You just do. I mean, he's the president of the Republic of Liberia. Those kind of mistakes should never be made. What if it was attack? We wouldn't be talking this.
I agree. I just said it. I just said the same thing, Fadiga. Yeah. I said it. They are trained people. They are. But those things shouldn't happen. Yes, it shouldn't happen. That's a fact. It shouldn't happen. But if a well-drilled team makes a mistake in a game, where you come and say all the players are now they can play, they're not professional and everything. These guys are trained, it's true. The professional is true. But sometimes things happen and it shouldn't be happening. That's why they should be on top of their game. That is just what I want to say.
So Diamond, if things happen,
I'm not justifying.
I believe that there should be a follow-up to this. Don't you? I think there should be a follow-up to this, because this man may have been saying he's happy to see his president, but there could have been some underlying motivation for him doing what he did. When you're happy to see somebody, I think he needs to be questioned. Like, there should be further questioning. I don't think they should just be sorry for him and say, okay, we'll let him go.
No, I'm not for the fact that they should let him go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not for the fact that they should let him go. I'm for the fact that, yes, it happened, but does it come to negate the fact that you want to say they are not trained, they're not professional? That's my point.
They need more training. I mean,
everybody needs more training. If you want a job for a period of time, you should be retrained and trained because there are new trends and everything. Yeah. But at the end of the day, an investigation should be launched. How the fellow got close to the president should be investigated. How best they can strengthen, their surveillance around the president should happen. They should do all of those things. But I'm just for the fact that you can't come up and say, because a breach happened, that these guys are unprofessional, they're not trained.
You were there, Dwalu, you were there. That breach of security seems so easy to me. There was, don't you think it seems so easy? I was just watching it. It just seems so easy to me.
I don't. The thing is, I don't think they perceive him as a threat to begin with, and there was a sense of being lax about security. I don't know, but I think they dropped the ball. For me, hopefully they do better next time. Like Diamond said, and I do agree with him. It's no matter how much training you get, once in a while, something was slack. Thankfully, this time around, the slack was not something that harmed the in a way, shape, or form. But we got to be very careful. I mean, anything could have happened. And that's something we cannot risk.
God just came in, it was too easy.
Yeah.
Yeah. The guy that threw George Bush with a shoe. Anybody saw that coming?
That gun. Gun versus somebody just.
Anybody saw that coming?
Brother, that gun. That guy had a gun.
That is why we should. That's faulty comparison. I mean,
yeah.
How do you call it faulty comparison?
Yeah, because he was far away.
The Secret Service guys around President Bush at the time, were they not trained?
Nobody questioned training. I don't know what that training came from. I don't think anybody questioned the training.
How far? I mean, I forgot the story about how far the gunman was away from George Bush. I mean, we can search that out versus somebody who can put his hand actually in the president's chest, pocket, or whatever. What he was searching for, I don't know.
Yeah.
So.
Someone knew you're about to leave us.
Yeah, so I'm about to leave you guys. So Nelson is going to take over Dr. Richardson.
Okay.
And I have to go.
Yeah.
You gotta go get ready for the board to be on your envoy.
Yeah, Dr. Richardson, sometimes people don't want you to say certain things. Being a journalist, doesn't mean you don't observe what's happening around. I see comments like, "Oh, they just give you inch and you taking yard. They're giving inch and you taking yard." It's not about inch and taking yard. It's about speaking the reality.
Yeah, you're entitled to that.
I'm entitled to that, whether you like it or not. Mm-hmm. I'm entitled to that. That's just that. If it hurts your feelings, fine. You can please everybody at the same time.
Absolutely.
Yes. The fact is, one slack doesn't mean a bunch of people are unprofessional or they're untrained.
Fair point.
That's my point.
Yeah, fair point.
One slack doesn't mean a bunch of people, are untrained or they're unprofessional. There are breaches, there are ethical breaches, things can happen. Does this mean they should be retrained? Should they look at their protocols? Do they look at how they bring people close to the president? Should they look at all of those things? It's a need for that. So that is that. So whether you like it, that I said it, that they are trained, I've interacted with them. We see their movement, we see what they do. Am I a secret expert? No, I'm not. But we see what they do. If they were not trusted, would the president want them around him? That's the question. If they are not trained, we're talking about the number one man in the country.
I think you're missing the point here.
What point am I missing?
You
Please, I've got other things to talk about. Yeah, I will go to your thing.
Let me break it down. I
Break
don't
it down.
think anybody have mentioned about the training. Look, I have seen, I don't know about the EPS. When it comes to professionalism in our police, I've seen a lot of anything that is not even close to it. The EPS, I cannot say that they do not have experience. Most of those officers I know that were retained were the older ones. But let me tell you something. When it comes to the president, no mistake should be allowed to be made. Few happened in the US and somebody got shot. Why should we always use the wrong example? What happened today could have been fatal.
Nobody disagree.
So everything that you are saying now is justification. You cannot make mistake. If it happens, yeah, but this is cause for concern for every life.
We are all saying the same thing.
We are not saying the same
My
thing.
thing here is because it happens doesn't mean that these guys are unprofessional. The callers who called were calling them unprofessional. And
but that's the color.
That's my point.
It's not
that's the color.
It was a lapse, and that should not be happening. It should not happen. It should never.
Agreed. I never said a lapse should happen.
So,
I'm saying if the lapse happens, does it mean that these guys are unprofessional and untrained? That's the question.
2 things can be right and 2 things can be wrong.
Agree.
So let's assume that they are right. They are concerned about the president.
Agreed.
So they are right. Because if this lapse has not happened, they won't be saying it. So I won't say that they are incompetent, but I'm just saying that kind of mistake. Look, there was this time, there's a lot because the video doesn't show everything. But what happened is, I don't know, you can't hug someone. So if you see the hand looked like it came from the side.
Yeah, came from
I was troubled by the Secret Service. You will never ever forget the day that he got up.
He may have been.
We're not going to joke with him. Seriously.
And so it may have been back there. But if you were coming like this, like what we saw, then it looked like an attack from the angle that was
been gone.
And, but that shouldn't happen. The government has flown a 360-degree radius around the president. So people can be. It's hard. It's something I don't want to see. Look, let me tell you what's scary. Something happened in Liberia that the last time I've seen anything close to that was during the war when the guys were throwing grenades and things in the war during the war. I don't know whether you're probably later at that time. But for a guy to take a vehicle and plow into a bunch of people standing on the street, that
just happened at Unity Party headquarters.
That's what I'm talking about. Dr. Richardson, that thing scared the heck out of me. And in my mind, I still believe to today that there's more to that story. In a way that it just went away quietly. And now we're seeing this. Look,
be careful.
I don't want to jump ahead of this story yet because we got to discuss it today. But I'm telling you, people need to be mindful. We need more security to protect our president. We did not elect him for anybody to play for with him. We're going to jealously protect him, and we want our EPS agents to take that seriously. Because this is one of the few times that Liberia have to transform this country.
Yeah.
I agree entirely, Padiga. But I'm going to say this, though. Dama, there's a problem here in Liberia. We'll change the topic a little bit. Why does everybody drive with a high beam on? It is extremely dangerous.
You can't see you.
What about security light?
Maybe it's a light not bright enough. Maybe it's too dark.
No, everybody drives on with a high beam. What they don't realize is when you put your high beam on, you're actually endangering your life more than what you think you're getting more light. So everybody drives with a high beam on. It is extremely dangerous. Look, if you're listening to me, let me tell you, when you're driving your car, that lady, where you can push it from, it can disturb the other driver. That means accident more likely to happen. You cannot drive in time with high beam. High beam is only for when it's raining, number one, when you can see good in from. Number two, when you're only the only person on the highway, how you do high beam. When you put a high beam on, everybody can see. That's the
It
first
blinds
thing.
you. It blinds you. You know, Diamond, I will tell you something. And not Diamond. I'm sorry, Dwali and Fadiga. So when Abraham came home today, you know, Abraham is a he's a veteran. When he came home today, and I showed him that videotape of the president, he was like, "Oh my goodness!" He was like, "I gotta come on the show today." I was like, "No, you're not." He said, "I gotta come." He said, "For the first time, you know, he doesn't. He's all the way in the back because he was, you know, I don't know what to teach you guys in the military, Dwalu, but he's like, that doesn't." That doesn't really quite happen. That would not happen. You know, that guy arm would not have existed on his body if that were going to happen near, you know. So anyway, I just thought that was funny that he said that. So I don't know what to teach you guys in the military, but
Yeah,
but
that's
yeah,
how they got me with the high beam stuff because it's extremely
yes,
unsafe.
Besides
yeah.
the high beam, I see the high beam. Sometimes I get blind with my eye getting
No.
problem. So I tend to drive less, you know, like late in the night when you don't have too many people in there. The next thing you will see that everybody have these emergency security lights. And if you live in the West, if you live outside of the country, we know what that light means. When you see it from your rear view mirror, you know that you're either in trouble or somebody else is in trouble and they are pursuing them.
Yeah.
Every taxi, every people, non-security,
Keke,
people using that thing in
police lights.
And the sad thing about that thing here is criminal have it too. Look, Dr. Richardson, too. I think day before yesterday night or last night.
Oh, what happened there? The electricity, something went off. Dwalu and Fadiga are stuck. They're in the dark. Looks like we have connectivity problems. Um, so yeah, we are. We're talking about security in the country, and everyone has those lights, those security lights. I don't know how. I think it's illegal. So that's the good thing for the police to start tracking down. You know, taking away those lights from people if you have them. So just hang on. I'm sure the studio in Liberia will be back shortly. We are having some technical problems. We were discussing security issues in Liberia, um, you know, starting with how people are driving with their high beam on, and it's not for that. It can be blinding to the other driver. If you can't see exactly, you know, where you're going, you're most likely to just drive into drive into an obstacle. So I think Dwalu did a great job in explaining exactly how we should use the high beam light in our country. Yeah, it's kind of scary. It's very scary when you're driving, especially when it's so dark. Driving from Monrovia to Bond County, and like usually when you hear and another car is driving, you see them coming towards you, you kind of um, dim, or you know, just dim your lights, or just cut off your high beam until the car passes by, and then you put your high beam back on. But my experience was people just kept it on, you know, to pass by you, and you have to slow down to make sure that you can see the road. So that was the situation. That is the situation in Liberia. Um, the second thing is they were talking about having all of those security lights. You know how some people have like little flashing lights. You can put them on top of your car. You can put it on the side of your car, and you know you don't know who the security is. It could be somebody who's a criminal, or somebody who's uh, you know, who just don't have any kind of good intention for anybody. They're driving around with security lights on. So to me, I think that should be really, really addressed by the security apparatus in the country, making sure like everybody gets back to normal. So I don't know where everybody's at. I don't know what's going on in the studio. Uh, I can tell you that. Let me see. Let me just see if there's anything that happened. Let me just look in the chat room for a second, see if there's any messages there. And send a message. Well, there you go, Nelson. There you are. You guys left me abandoned here. I was just texting you. Can you hear me, Nelson? I can't hear you.
Yeah, we had a little bit of technical issue here, Dr. Richie.
That's okay. I was like, where's everybody? You were in the middle of the you abandoned me for a second here.
Yeah, so I'm bringing the rest of the team on now.
Great.
Mr. LEC win.
Yes. Oh, you say LEC win?
LEC win. That's LEC win.
Mr. Who are you talking there? I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing?
We need to be truthful to our people. LEC win. That's simple as it is.
Technical.
LEC been going, and we know it win, and it will still go. LEC win. That's all. We say anything much, but LEC win.
LEC can do. LEC can just go like that. LEC is disrespectful.
Well, LEC win. LEC win. The thing is that the ball wants to put the thing on some technical whatever head, but no technical being here. LEC win. That's just it. That's all.
Okay.
You know that I'm just saying. I only mean to say this because if George Weah was the president today and LEC go, you see the two better than here blowing the whole planet off. Say your confidence.
Hey, you come here CDC strongly like that. Then you still wearing your CDC hat strongly.
These are brothers. Let's go to the show. LEC win. That's the simple thing.
No CDC hat. You ready to display the CDC character?
Please, LEC win. That's what I want to say.
But how you left us in a kind of LEC condition? You were there for 6 years. You
okay.
faced the
LEC win. That's all I meant to say. Nothing more than that.
That's the LEC
so
let's inherited from you guys.
Okay, LEC win. Let's just go ahead, my brother.
So Jack, let me finish this story. So,
yeah, go ahead.
Walu talked about the hype. I just thought I would add the security. 3 things that I observed that I thought that was and I saw it happen before me. I see commercial vehicle. I don't know the law when it comes to plate, but it's very, very concerning to see vehicle plowed in the street without license plate. So it could be any. I think there should be a system in place to
actually plowing the street without license.
No license plate. Or either one in the front or none there, or people just fly the street with those things and going high speed. Then that security light. And then last night, I was sitting at this cafe, and this black, I think it was, and I think I should say so. If you know that car, I told a young man to go to the police. I think it was day for yesterday night, or last, I can't remember. But we were sitting there in front of this cafe, and then I hear, whoop, whoop, and I saw this young pimping rider fall, and he rolled, and this guy, I thought he would have stopped. So just as I was about to go there, it was a Chevy, I think Chevy Equinox, black Chevy Equinox. He had a private license plate on it, and this guy tried to slow down, and he sped away, fled the scene.
So he hit
nobody reported something, and this young kid, yeah, he ran away, but it was a black. So if you know of this, any black, I know it was a Chevy Equinox or something like that. It was an American car. If you see any car with the front bumper damage, you that hit that young man there, you are evil. If you out there listening to us tonight. And that young man had a crowd hit motorbike, damage. But the reason why it is important that we put all these things in place is because there's so many things. The city gets dark in the night. People do bad things. People can take plates from one car and put it to another. So we need to find a way to better track those plates to make sure that people are not using one plate on multiple cars. And that is why it's important to have cars properly identified. Because what I saw last night, it could have happened to anybody. I've seen people getting hit a lot of times. But it was so terrible, and I don't know what became of him. I couldn't take his number because he didn't even have a cell phone. But he was hurt, And
Fadiga, in the next maybe 2 or 3 years, neurocognitive disorders would be a huge deal. If it's not in Liberia right now affecting people, I can see it just affecting, impacting so many of our young people. that and prostate issues. I mean, that's the number one problem for Black men. Um, the way they sit on those bike for hours and hours, and also like when they get hit and they're not wearing the proper helmet and they move the
Yeah, he
emotion.
didn't even have them at all. It was so sad. It was, I can't remember, but it was one of those ice cream shops. I don't know what it was, 19 or something street, but he hit that guy and that young man would have died. I don't know, but I'm sure he has some internal bleeding or something because the impact, and he's fled the scene.
And the
Fled the
interesting thing
scene.
about it, we don't take like neurocognitive and mental health issues seriously in our country. I hope you, Dwalu and Fadiga and Isa, I hope you guys are paying attention to this. Even when we go outside of Liberia, uh, this woman, and I'll be transparent, who was beat at red light, her family took her outside Liberia. The people just didn't considering the mental health part of it. They said she alright. So it's just interesting. But yes, I think after a while we're gonna see some complications with our young people if they are not getting assessed right now. And that just include slowness in speech, uh, the body motion, walking difficulty, um, they can't really comprehend well, confusion, all of those things are what we consider to be a part of the neurocognitive disorder. All right, I guess we get started. I was waiting for Senator to come on. Dwalu, you want to take over the show?
Yeah, let's start the show. I know Ozzy is here. To the audience, man, you're welcome to the show. Let's talk Liberia. We're going to be a lot of talking points here tonight. I don't know what we have on the docket, but I want to go like this and begin the show this way. We have a new government. There's a bunch of appointments coming up. We know confirmation is going ahead. And I want to make this point. I don't know what the Senate is going to be weighing on these confirmations. They just want to focus on over the last 3-4 administrations, whoever the president appoints, whether that person meets the criteria of that appointment or not, the Senate confirms them. I'll ask the question: is the Senate going to consider what are they denying people who don't meet the billing for the position that they've been giving or appointed by the president? How's the Senate going to weigh these confirmations? I know Yomdi Kanga Lawrence has already set a schedule for the confirmation. I think it's posted on Front Page Africa. And I'm going to go to my brother Ase first. What do you think about these confirmation hearings? Should the Senate weigh everything, or should the Senate just confirm like CDC did? Just confirm anybody who comes to the Senate because he or she was appointed by President Weah?
Well, thank you. Let me say hi to everyone, Dr. Richardson, Fadiga, and Dwadu, and of course our listening audience. I'm not sure we have ever had a CDC legislature in Liberia. I'm sure it's always been the legislative branch of government. So I don't know if that's how CDC did it as a party. CDC does not confirm people. But let's go to the issue. I know I got a few things I wanted to open on that were on my mind. But to your question, political appointments are different from seeking a job where you apply and have to have certain qualifications. Political appointments are based on the president's appointing power, and so it will be a little different from the way getting a job who actually happen in the real corporate environment. Although we will all recommend that it is important that the Senate, in doing their job, look at all of those things necessary to ensure a person has the requisite experience, the requisite qualification to perform the job. But we have to recognize that the issue of political appointments are a bit different from the real corporate environment in which there are jobs advertised, and you have to ensure you meet criteria set for that job before you can apply, and then they carry through interview based on that. Senate
let me push a little bit, brother. I say before I go to Fadiga, let me push a little bit. Now I understand what you're saying. I do understand political appointments have a greater sway because it's not based entirely on qualifications. Do you think that's fair to the country if, because of political appointment, we should accept people because they were just appointed by the president, or we should expect that that person is capable of actually doing the job that he's been tasked with?
Well, I don't think in 2024 it comes down to being fair to the people. I would think the question should be if the president is up to the task to doing it. Because remember, Eduardo, over time, a lot of folks have always said the president has the constitutional right to do these things. It's the president's judgment that a person is capable before that person is appointed. So if the president appoints a person who isn't capable to doing the job, I'm not sure if this boils down to being fair to the people. I would think the question should be asked directly to the appointing power who actually had that person to be pointed to where they are, and that's the president. So in this form, I think the president has a lot to do in making sure those he appoints are those people who are capable to actually doing the job.
No, I'll say thank you so much. Senton, welcome to the show. But I'll say before I go to Fadiga, I got to ask you this. See, yes or no question. Do you believe the President Weah's appointments that we saw in this country were the best people for those positions that you pointed them to?
President Weah appointed people he knew within his power were capable of doing the job and did perform.
So you think everybody he appointed were actually fit for those positions?
They did perform.
You're not answering the question, though.
They did perform.
They did perform. So you believe everybody performed. And Liberia got the optimal result that they could have gotten over the last 6 years.
My brother, there are always problems.
No, it's not always problem, but it's not about they performing. The question is not being asked. You're dodging the question. Do you believe that President Weah's appointment were the best option for this country, given what we saw?
The president put forth one of the best cabinets, and those cabinet members actually went ahead and did perform.
But the question is over to you. I don't think Ozzy is going to answer the question.
Well,
no, it's
you don't need a definite. Ozzy doesn't need to be explicit about it. Look, the election result says it all. Look, these people were voted out of office. They were rejected by the Liberian people.
Get on camera, Fadiga. Get on camera.
I'm on camera.
Don't be afraid of the camera.
I'm really on camera. Actually, yesterday you got to hear me repass. I felt so bad, but that was yesterday. Hopefully, we won't have that repeated again.
Fadiga, I'm a pioneer of spoon talk. So I've been here through the most difficult.
Isaac.
Let me say this, Isaac. You don't need to answer that question. The Liberian people have answered that question already. Look, when we went to the polls and overwhelmingly said that we sing it in songs. Look, when Liberian people tire you, they put it in songs, they put it in all kinds of things. They were tired with you guys abuse your authority. You thought you were the only people that own this country. You create this court that is now we're trying to clean up, and it will take time to clean up that whatever mess you guys created here. But the bottom line here is, Dalu, the answer is the Liberian people spoke. They said that George Weah appointees were all not prepared. A bunch of young men, incompetent. He chose loyalty over competence and created this court. And after 6 years, the Liberian people rejected them. They planned to stay 24. The Liberian people gave them 6. And if you look around town, they have erased these guys. Look, they are quickly erasing the guys from around town. You barely see any of their stuff. You go to the party headquarters, it's virtually dead. That is proof enough. So, Dwadu, that's your answer.
Okay, Fadiga, before Stanton comes
can I just say this to my brother?
2 seconds.
I'm not quickly. I'm not sure you're answering the question. My brother, Spoon. Spoon. Let me just come in. Spoon Talk starts from 8:30 to 11:12.
Yeah, forget the time.
And what if people have this opportunity to vote for the best station, and they decided
that justification is not required.
Let me end. Yeah. And they decided to vote for some other station that starts broadcasting from 7 o'clock to 9.
Okay.
Who you say simply because Spoon Talk started from 8:30 to 10, and the people did not vote for him.
It's asinine.
I'm not sure what to say. Listen, you are asking about the appointments being made.
Okay, let's get to
the people agree. Did the people agree with the job being done? It's different.
Well, okay, Fadiga, ask you, let me go to Dr. Francine before Stanton takes this over, right? Dr. Francine, the same question is coming to you. The former mayor of the city, Jefferson Court, you said, listen, we didn't have any CV. Literally, he said, we knew nothing, and we were given an opportunity, a bunch of us. With that being said, even from an appointing of President Weah, do you believe that President Weah picked the best Liberians to deliver to the people?
I don't believe he picked the best Liberian to deliver to the people. If you don't have any CV, how do you know how you're going to deliver? What's your job history? You know, what can he say that he delivered to the Liberian people? Like Monrovia was dirty. That's even though that's not his primary job. What kind of administrative skill did he have? What did he bring to the country? And we can go down the line with other ministers. Look at our budget now. We, we had Samuel 12 who was in charge of Ministry of Finance. Look at the budget. There's a discrepancy as to what was there. How did they use the budget to develop Liberia? Look at the Ministry of Gender. A couple of months ago, there was, the newspaper reported that more children are out on the street selling gums and candies. Look at the education department. How much money did we not get from donors? And look at the schools that we have. They're not even conducive for our children. So, no.
That's it. No. Hey, Stanton, welcome to Glendy. Welcome to the show. Stanton, go ahead and check Latins.
You gave me permission? Oh, no.
You don't want to check Latin, but let me get back to Sis Glendy. The same question will be posed to you.
Mm-hmm.
The confirmation hearings about to take place at the Senate. Yombi Kanga Lawrence, the president pro tempore, your girl, has a schedule for these confirmations. Now, everybody that went to the Senate in the past administration or previous administration, as soon as the president appoints you, you get confirmed. It's almost automatic. Do you think these confirmations should consider far more than just, oh, the president appointed you, so the president has confidence in you, we're just going to agree? What do you think we should be looking for these confirmations?
Hello, everybody. Hello to the viewers. I think it is important that they do a little more because the country is already in a motion to see what they're going to do. And they're looking to see whether it's going to be the same old. So I think it shouldn't be the same old. If they have criteria for different positions, qualifications, they should ensure those people meet the different qualifications. But if it's same old, they're going to hear a lot from people because just like Dr. Francine and you and Fadiga said, we can all say what was done in the past government was not best practice. So we have to make sure that we have best practices involved, especially when you have young people that you want to be able to follow in your footsteps. So it can't just be because I know this person or because the president has confidence in them. It has to be that they're qualified and that they meet the criteria for the positions. So we'll be looking out to see what they'll do. We're holding them out. We're holding them accountable, and we expect different.
And what are the CDC or Unity Party?
Yes, it doesn't matter who it is. I agree.
Yes.
Stanton, a few minutes ago you ran away. We're going to pass over to you.
Stunner.
Yeah, but we'll come back to you, brother. I say, Stanton. It seems like everybody's fixated on this degree thing. I'm not a big fan as a champion of the high school graduate delegation from Grand Bassa County. I will say this to you. Let's send it over to you. Should we focus just on this so-called formal education as opposed to experience, etc.? I know you're going to push all the chocolate button, but before you do that, can you speak to the confirmation hearings at the Senate that will be scheduled pretty soon?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, Eduardo. It's good to have you. Dr. Richardson, always Hossein Fadika, Glendy, and the former Deputy Minister under George Manawe administration, as a Doe, who was replaced and will always be replaced, but it's good to have you on the show. I know the rest of the team will be joining us. A beautiful program coming up today. You are speaking about these different confirmation. One, we have them all scheduled confirmation hearing for the Liberia National Police and LDEA. You got Ibrahim Kerman, LDEA Director Designate, and you have Gregor Coleman, Liberia National Police IG Designate. The chair on that committee is Senator Momo Cyrus, Chairman on Defense, Security, and Intelligence. It's very important. Let's just talk about this while we move on. It's very, very important because what is happening in the region tonight, and I like the way you started the show, Eduardo. We saw that Mali, Burkina Faso, Niger, they broke away from ECOWAS. ECOWAS now remain 12 members. We also, exactly what is happening with the coup d'etat and every other stuff is troubling. I can announce to you, as of since this morning, the video that is trending online. I don't know why. I understand the Executive National Security, EPS, when I go for confirmation. But while we stick with the story, though, I want us to also put up what happened about our president, Joseph Yema Boakai, being ruffled up. All right. And I hope the guys put it up. You all saw it. It was very, very scary. Gentleman came from the back and just, where was the security? Uh, the gentleman, Sam Gate, who is EPS director right now, um, maybe Kula Fufana need to speak. They all need to speak as to what went wrong. So this confirmation need to happen and happen now. This confirmation. A.B. Kromai, is he qualified for LDEA? Gregor Coleman, he been there before. But if Samuel Jackson came and said, well, why will you bring Gregor Coleman back? We're going to talk about this confirmation. Or Senator Momo Cyrus, does he have the security know-how? Can he have a fair, thorough confirmation? Let's talk about commerce. We try to boom this thing around. Chairman on commerce, Senator J. Alex Tyler. Abim Model, he came on the show, he laid out his plan, and he think that he can move the commerce forward. But there you go. The confirmation is scheduled for the 5th, which is next week, Monday. That's commerce. Let's talk about Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, Mr. Sylvester Grace Bedard, who Samuel Jackson beat on yesterday. Chair on executive. This is wrong. This will be chair on executive, James Banning. All right, now ways and means. So I will put this down to make the correction. That's commerce. Let's go ahead and talk about finance. We'll be having this conversation, Senator Prince K. Mui, Chairman on Ways, Means, and Finance. We talk about the LRA Commissioner General Dobo Jala and that of Boyman Kamara, Finance Minister. And we're going to come out also to talk about the confirmation hearing of Dr. Jaso Jada Sibi, Education Minister, under the Chair on Education, Senator Nathaniel McGill. So your conversation you brought up, Eduardo, is unique. Qualification, experience. What are we looking for as a nation? What are we looking for with this confirmation pass? We have another one, the chair on foreign affairs, bringing in Sarah Beslo Yanti and Darius DeLong. So let's have the conversation. I don't know what you want me to say, but I'm taking back today to see the video that is circulating on social media. A gentleman just came from the back of Jose Yimabarka as if to say he never had any protection. We must hear from the EPS director, Sam Gay. It's a must that the nation hear from him, directly or indirectly through Kula Fufana or whosoever, but we have to discuss these things. And that's my take. We'll be having a great show today. I'm sorry to announce that Zoga Wilson had a family emergency. He couldn't come on the show. He will not be here tonight. We have to reschedule him. So let me announce that he had a family emergency. But our second segment, we'll be having the Public Work Minister designate Giddens, Roland Giddens, and he will be joining us. Dualu, I give it back to you. That's where I am. That's where we all stand at. I think it will be a very, very interesting show today.
Like I said, we welcome you to the show. I want to say this though. On these appointments, there is a tendency in Liberia, before I actually go to my brother Ase, I want to explain this. We are so fixated on a person's degree and the so-called, this man has worked in government before, to the point where it removes that person having hunger for delivering to the Liberian people. If you notice the last two administrations, people collect a paycheck. They were not measured in the output. I believe my brother my brother Deputy Minister Asidu here, I think he was like, what are you, a transport, or where were you? Youth in sport. How did we measure ASI's output at youth in sport? This is what I want to. I want the nominations or the confirmations to focus on this. So listen, what do we expect over the next 12 months? Will be the deliverable coming out of finance ministry. We have to start measuring this. I don't just want to go to a ministry and collect a paycheck. Every single month you collect a paycheck. It's not trickling down to the people. My brother Ozzy, let me come to you. What should we be looking for, with the exception of the experience, of the education? What should the Liberian people expect from these people, and how do we quantify this, so to speak?
Thank you. Usually I follow this debate on Facebook about book degrees and all that kind of stuff. I usually don't get into it because I see it very differently. In my mind, we should be looking at competence to deliver, and that in itself is a combination of a lot of things. I personally believe that education is the surest way to the future. It is what determines how you could rightly be. But in addition to that, I do think though education is not defined by how you sat in the classroom and got some big paper degree. It is defined by how you live your day to day, your output, things that you achieve, and how you change the society around you. And with that, there are many other things we can discuss to bring into it. But bottom line to it, I would think competence, a person capability to deliver should be looked at. Of course, your track record and what you bring to the table. I don't think it should only be on the paper you got from the
Let me post the question another way, Brother Jackson. And I'm going to go to Fatiga on this one. Okay. This is what I'm talking about. When Kagame took over Rwanda, this country had its per capita income around $300. If Burn is staying, I think not for $3,000. You see his output. When Makafali came into Tanzania, when you see the likes from South Korea, when you see what the Ghanaians are doing, you see the output of their people. Let's bring this back to Liberia. And Brother Fadiga, can you speak to any government official that has been appointed who've actually worked in government that we can point to their accomplishment that's actually affecting the lives for the better of the Liberian people? Not just focusing on the confirmation, but I want to think about the output. Let's forget about his experience and education a little bit. I want production. Can we speak to that?
It's difficult. The reason why our system is set up in a way that we don't keep track of those things. Most of the time, like I'll give you one example, Miracle. Miracle, success have been measured by public opinion. And she's been effective in some area. But for the bulk part of a lot of our ministries and agency, uh, we do not have that tracking mechanism in place to really track people record. But there are people that have proven to be very competent, that have led some successful ministries and agency. A.B. Kroma, for example, the EPA director, during his tenure as chief of operation for Liberian National Police, we saw violent crime went down, the pimping routers, things were in order, traffic and everything. Those are things that we can point to and say, oh yeah, this person has a track record. Even the mention of his name as the new LDA boss, people. I was speaking to some folks in a Pinsville neighborhood when they were saying that people were telling you drugs dealer, that known drugs dealer in the area, hey, we don't want that AB guy to come in our area and go after us. So take your drugs away from here. That look, he had command present, he had control over the guys, and he delivered. There are a few other people that we can submit for. Based on what we know so far, based on the education, credential, and past record, a lot of the people that we have currently, that President Boyka have appointed so far, are competent. The records show, unlike the past regime that were appointing people based on loyalty, you have to go on the psychometry, shot Muya and take the loyalty test and do all those different stuff. We now have our responsible government in place where people, career civil servant. Look at Mr. Crispy. A lot of you guys have been around for long. You may not like seeing them, but look, even in the great United States, we have career civil servants that have been recycled. That come around and come and go. Sometimes we use them as a advisor. We do not just let them go. It's just that our politics is of such that when one party comes, they try to change everything. But in other countries, most career civil servants do not even get too deeply involved in politics. They just sit in those different ministries and agencies and help those people that come through. So, I think so far.
Let me go to Dr. Francine.
You asked I won't take it to the guys and tell my second tree. I won't take it at all. I say I won't take it.
Yeah, but Dr. Francine, let me come to you. So Fadiga mentioned something. Fadiga mentioned something, and I want to speak to that. In Liberia, we love to. I'm not taking anything away from here. I have to say this very succinctly. I want to say this. We love to attribute leadership and fear to meaning leadership. I'll give an example. People fear A.B. Kromansi because he enforces the law. This is not how leadership works. It has to be structural. I want you to speak to this, Dr. Francine, because I want A.B. Kroman to set up a system. It's an example. I'm using A.B. Kroman's name because it came up. Don't attack me for it. I want when he leaves.
Before you go, it worked, right?
No, it doesn't work. It gives an appearance of working, but it doesn't work. Let me give you an example of the reason why. It works when he's there. For instance, you mentioned Mary Bro, somebody that Stanton will come back at me for that are champion. But if we don't structurally establish the leadership that she's leaving there, when he or she leaves that entity, it goes away with them. Dr. Francine, here's the question. Why don't we, like Fadiga said, try to set standards that quantify what this person's delivery will are, number one. And number two, why aren't we focusing on the structural build-up of the system? Instead, we are focusing on an individual that comes in and kind of forces the change through, and that change does not stick when he or she leaves.
So, Fadiga, I don't know why we do not do this, but it's an easy thing to do. It's an easy way. It's easy to set up objectives and also plans and vision and make them measurable and have a timeline. It's very easy to do it, especially like if you have a LDA officer, you've got to look at, do we have any data to say how crime was reduced, or any data to say how, the drug busters, they busted a lot of drugs. We don't have any data to say that. So this is why a system is better, because you set a measurable objectives and goals versus building a country around a person. And you said it rightfully, Dwell. Whenever this person leaves, that means that everything falls apart. This has been historical in our country. We focus on one person. We focus the president is the LDA drug is the person who does everything. So I think creating a system will help by putting structures, laws, and rules and policies in place that everybody has to abide by.
Sis Lenny, before Stanton comes in, because Stanton, I'm going to say this though. If you look around the globe, those of us who we try to study leadership, and what other leaders do is this: they understand that they have a limited time here on this planet, and they understand for their lives to continue, it has to continue through institutions, and those institutions are strengthened to safeguard their country or whatever organization or entity that they may have led in the past. In Liberia, we center our political organizations around individuals. We center everything around an individual. When that individual leaves, everything falters, everything falls apart. Now, going back to these confirmations, should we expect the Senate to have a vision and say, listen, you are going, you're being appointed by the president. What are you bringing here that in the absence of the president, Liberia can thrive, whether you're here or not? The case of Jote, for example, we say, oh, Jote, when Jote was here, Jote died in a plane crash. Guess what? Everything collapses underneath him because he was no longer around. Why we keep doing the same thing, yet and still, we're not moving forward?
So I think that has to do with regularization of evaluations. Who's evaluating these employees? What are the yardsticks? Like anywhere you work in America or anywhere else, you get evaluated, you get annual evaluation. They evaluate your work, they evaluate what you've been doing good, they evaluate what you've done bad. And at the end of the evaluation, you also make projections on what you're going to achieve in the coming year. So it's also like, who's evaluating them? And if you are a leader, leaders should be people who promote others, who, when you're not there, like you said, somebody can function with you not being there. It's not all about you. It's almost like Dr. Francine knows how to make earrings, but she has an earring store or whatever. Everybody else there, as a good Dr. Francine is a lead, should ensure that everybody else there knows what she can do, so that when she's not there, they're able to function. But it also comes with us being selfless. You have to have selfless leaders to say that whether somebody knows what I can do or whether they don't know what I can do, I'm not concerned, because I want them to grow. And it's not about me hiding everything I know. People have to become selfless. People have to be concerned about the country, and people have to be concerned about the growth of other people, and not just them. Not that I know everything and I'm going to keep my knowledge and not share it with people. And I think when we do that, it becomes better, because you're empowering people. We have to be able to empower others by sharing what we know.
That and Sis Glendy, I don't know if Central, if you're on the phone, I'm going to go to Ase here, but if I can come to you, look, I believe that's me firmly, and this has been tested throughout history. People are not selfless. They should be, but they are not. If you look at the countries that are developed, what made them develop was to hold people account, forcing them to be selfless through the rule of law. I published a paper called Liberia Demands Constitutional Ferocity. And one of the arguments that I made in the paper is this is if we are going to change, people must be held responsible for their actions, both compensatorily and punitively. The only thing that changed behavior, I believe, is consequence. In Liberia, we do not consequence people's behavior, yet and still we expect those behaviors to change, Deputy Minister Isaac Jackson. Asido, let me ask you this question. Are we just like a fairy in the Ferris wheel without having to consequence people? If I commit a crime in Liberia, I know 2 or 3 people. I was listening to a radio this morning. There was an American couple that came to Liberia. They gave them money to a construction company. They got duped $26,000 because now when they send an arrest warrant for the guy, a judge called and took back the arrest warrant. There is no consequence to this Ponzi schemer's actions. He's going to keep doing the same thing over and over and over and over. And we're going to come back here and be talking over and over. I say, let me ask you, these confirmations are coming up. We are more likely to do the same thing without expecting them to deliver anything to the people. Why did people continue to die? And we sit and doing the same thing over and over. What should the Liberian people expect from their leaders?
Well, brother, that's one of the reasons why outside of
You low, Isaac. Isaac, you low. Who's in the studio? Can they increase your volume?
So, am I okay now?
Increase the volume.
Am I okay?
Yes.
Okay. So, outside of politics, I'm a fan of Alexander Cummings. He's said something during the campaign that Liberia needs real change, not just a chance to do something. In my mind, it means if we keep doing the same thing, we just will get the same result. That's why when President Weah came in, he came with that vision of changing our country. We are where we are now that the administration of President Weah is no more. We are in a new era. Will we expect anything similar to what had happened in the past? I would really want to believe no, because when the people voted, their voice was, you know what, you've done your best, but we thought we should do it this way. And so we are bringing someone else that will do it the way you didn't do it. And initially when I was speaking, that's what I said. I wouldn't be much interested in talking about those things that the cities did, because that was the reason why, of course, we have a new government to do it the right way. Now, you're going to be having people going for confirmations. Fadiga, you have been one of those people with the loudest voice against the administration of President Sirleaf, calling that administration failed administration. This didn't deliver, what have you. There were people responsible in that administration for which you termed that failed. Those same very people who were responsible for that are the very same people we are seeing today. I am not just sure, though, if, like Alexander Cummings will always say, once you keep doing the same thing, you will keep getting the same result. Are we expecting a certain kind of magic wine to come and make everything 90-degree, 180-degree turn, where in those people who did what they did for which you termed that administration failed are the very same people today in charge of this administration? In my mind, we want to see the deliverables. We want to see what happens in the next 100 days. We want to see how the harmonization that was talked about can be changed and civil servant salary increase. We want to see how the budget can get more money flowing in. We want to see a lot of these things happening around. But again, it is only just, a little hard for me to blend having people you once termed as failure to be a success today simply because it is 2024. But let's see what happens.
Yeah, but as a Joe, I want you to do this though. I want you to allow the cassava to mature before you buy your mother to beat too much.
I know that's what you always want. And you were talking about before you were talking about, and did my brother say the Sakamo tree people can come and after Sakamo tree people can come. But listen now, I don't want to go into that Sacramento treaty.
Yeah,
That's the own thing.
Yeah.
But let's go to, for instance, the IG appointed to today. It is my understanding that the IG was one relief of his position. Something happened for which that occurred. Today, he's resurfacing. And you are talking about, oh yeah, the most qualified people. That's okay. Let's see what happens over the next period.
Yeah, I think you're talking from a sore spot, and we're gonna give you that. We understand you're a little hurt. You're a little hurt. Listen,
Hurt on what? I beg you, brother. I'm one of the happiest men in Liberia. After having said this,
no, but then they'll do your show.
Yeah, they're all over the place. As if to say,
no, do I know that you just jumping on me, man.
You wanna come in?
You see the whole thing. Well, let me say this. I think tonight, I'm also going to give you guys a tough time tonight because his argument is based on fact. Fadiga beat on Madam Salif government. Dualu, you did the same thing.
I don't
remember. No, my man. We can only talk one time.
You are in Switzerland. No problem.
I never said that the Salif. I don't know.
Can I increase your volume, Hassan?
I don't know where Isaac manufactured those lies from, but the CDC, we all know, have a terrible relationship with the truth, so that comes at no surprise. But let me say this, when the CDC came to power, they had an opportunity they had this massive pandemic. They had an opportunity to deliver, but these guys came with one agenda: to loot this country. And it's clear from the way they governed for the last 6 years. They came to loot this country, and the Liberian people, they felt that they were hostage. Look, Senator, when I came to this town just before the election, it felt like a liberator, like a civil war, but it was not this time now with guns and bullets, but it felt like the people felt liberated at the sound that former President Weah was no more. If you look at Liberia right now, the camaraderie, the people kind of associated for the last 6 years, the country was one-sided. And that is not what we want for this country. So when I see Isaac trying to sugarcoat it and make it seem, look, everybody that were appointed by President Boyka have proven to be competent both in work experience and in education. We can say that for the past we cannot say the same for the past administration. I can give you, starting with the city mayor. I mean, the list is just endless. Ellen, what did Ellen do? Ellen grabbed young Liberian men. There was no, look, Liberia right now is at 2005. What Ellen did, Ellen grabbed those young men and send them and build that human capacity. What did the CDC do for the last 6 years? No human capacity was developed. So those people that were there for the last 6 years are still where they are. Some of these guys will find it difficult even going in the private sector. Unlike Unity Party, young Unity Party, that had a chance to go outside the country, acquire education. They came back. A lot of those guys, even though they tried to strangulate them, found themselves in the private sector and they survived. And I'm worried about these people that we have made millionaire overnight, and now they're going to be lingering. Few months from now, they're going to be broke, selling off their property, and we're going to see a repeat of what happened in the early 90s with Charles Sitter, when those guys came to town and so on. So I feel sorry for them. It's a very difficult position to be in. But like Ambassador Boyka said, he's going to be president for all Liberians. So I know that they won't be strangulated and sidelined like they did to the rest of us and treated all as less Liberian. But this is a new day.
It's a new day. It's a new day. Simpson, if you're going to come in, or I'll go to Dr. Francine. I don't know if you're doing something. Dr. Francine, let's come to you. The confirmation hearing, the appointees, the expectation of the Liberian people, there is a hunger here. CDC has left a massive hole that has to be filled. This country has been set back decades, arguably. We know a bunch of misfits led the government before. Honorable Bwaka has a lot of work to do to turn this thing around. What should he expect from his appointees? And what measures should he be setting up to make sure they deliver to the Liberian people? That is my concern.
You know, as Lindy spoke about earlier, and I also joined her.
You joined over me again.
Oh,
But
okay.
I know
Actually,
one thing
I'm
with you.
gonna give my time to
Nah,
you
he
because
can
you're
do
only.
it.
Oh, go ahead. I'll give my time to you to
Stop
start.
Oh,
when
So
you have
you
nothing
were
to
telling
add,
me, oh,
Hakim.
can we do my last point, my last point, my last point 5 times?
that's true, but I only have plenty talking to do.
Pretty quiet. I said they got nothing to say. Don't mind me.
No, we got to talk
Okay.
about confirmation coming up. And we really got to, it's very important. Other breaking news coming up. So go ahead, Dr. Francine. I will wait.
Okay. So I was saying that President Buckeye has to go back to the acts that established these different ministries, okay, and these different positions, and there has to be like some kind of objective measurement. Measure what are they expected to do. Like Lenny said, that you have a yardstick. You know, the first month to 3 months, we're expecting you to do this. 3 months to 6 months, we are expecting you to do this, and this should be known. This should be public. We should hold them accountable. Uh, 3 months to 6 months, you are expected to do this. So there should be, and I think I spoke here too, do I like putting this big map in President Buckeye's office so he can know exactly where roads are, where schools are, and healthcare systems are, because those are the three major things. And every time he goes to these different meetings, like his monthly or weekly meetings that he has with these ministers, there should be a report, a written and oral report. That's part of his job, so that so we can know where these people are. How do we measure them? All right, and if they are not doing well, give them the consequences of not doing well by not keeping them. Find somebody else to put in their position. Like you talk about consequences. That's why people have gotten away with issues, because we have not truly penalized them for poor performance. They just stay there, they collect a paycheck, and we are okay with whatever minimum job that they do. And this shouldn't be that way. Our country, Rwanda, you speak about, developed in what, less than 10, 20 years?
20 years, yeah.
Yes. And why can't Liberia do the same thing? And I think education and experience. I mean, I want to because you guys beat on education, I feel compelled to add just a little bit before I be quiet. Education is good. I don't want it to seem like education is a bad thing. First of all, the only thing that will determine if a person has a potential to finish something is by looking at the college degree. Okay. Right. If you went to 2-year college, if you went to a technical school, if you went to a 4-year college, that shows your employer that you have a potential to finish something, to complete something. We also can look at your potential as a person, your potential to work individually and collectively, your potential to find information. Because if you don't have a degree, I don't know if you can find a research information. I would have to ask you some very detailed questions during the interview. So I mean, I don't want you guys to beat on education. I sit here being an educator. I don't. It doesn't sit well with me. I think education plus experience helps a lot. You meet new people. You learn how to critically think. You stay there for a length of time to show that you can complete something.
Thank you, Dr. Francine. Look, guys, and I know I said so-called education. Obviously, I will be the last person to tell you that education is not important. It's massively important. But it seems that we put so much weight on it as though it's going to solve all the problem. You have to couple that with so much more. But since Glennie, I want to come to you. Let's compartmentalize this for a second. Let's take, for instance, the Ministry of Youth and Sports over the last 6 years. Look at the youth and look at the sports in this country. What can we measure from it? And what should we expect the new incoming deputy minister or minister of youth and sport? Because I believe we fail massively in that agency. We spend millions of dollars keeping up a ministry that deliver almost nothing to the Liberian people in terms of the youth, in terms of sports. How do you respond? How do we address the ministry individually? But I want to start with youth and sports.
So, interestingly, we have a deputy minister from youth and sports here. Isaac Doe was at the Ministry of Youth and Sports. I don't know what their focus was. I can say their focus was probably on going to different tournaments they were in and not winning. That could have been the focus. Whatever else they did, however, the only other major thing they did was to help to renovate the SKD stadium. But it's almost like who is also working in that ministry that is reaching out to people who are interested in sports, young children that we have? How are we connecting them to other countries, to other leagues, to other groups to see how they are performing? Why are we just keeping them in? Are we just only keeping them in Liberia? So it's almost like, what have we gained in 6 years at the Ministry of Youth and Sport? Me looking outside would say nothing except for those things that I've named. He working within the system should be able to tell us some of the things that they were able to accomplish, what things they wish to accomplish, and whether they met up with their goals. But I think whoever the new youth and sports that's coming in should be someone who will be consolidating high school students, university students, seeing how you can extend. Take, for example, here, my son is a track star, and that track he's a track star for his university. And he started all the way from I think they started in sports at 2 years old. He started with indoor soccer, and now he's the fast, if not the fastest in the USA. He's one of the fastest with 6.7 on 60 meter. And that's something that schools have followed him for. And it's been a progression every time. And there's somebody who's followed. Even his high school coach still calls and checks on him. So it's like, what do we have in place at the Ministry of Youth and Sports that's going to empower these young people who want to do sports? How are we connecting them? Is it just to go to African League or go to play some sports tournament? Our focus needs to be more than just playing soccer. Basketball is there, kickball is there, baseball. We have children here now, Liberian children who have become superstars playing American football. So I think the interest needs to be in other things and see how you can follow those children's progression to be able to help them and connect them with other schools. But I don't know what their focus was. I don't know what they achieved.
Yes, you're absolutely right. We have a minister here. Stanton, this is so important. The minister has to address this because
No, before you do that, let me just announce this, Eduardo. I think you guys in studio. There's a car that ran into the headquarters, the compound, ran into the fence. It's not intentional. It's accidental. He lost brake. He ran into the fence. So if you see, I believe people begin to wonder. But yet indeed, the Liberia National Police present where you guys at. The securities are present and they are trying to address the situation. The man lost a brake, like we can say. He lost his brake on the car, and the car ran into the fence. He's okay. The driver is okay. Everyone fine. But just to announce, there's no alarm. It's just an accident. And the armored present, the staff are present, and it is under control. Okay, I just have to say this because people begin to drive by and they begin to call. It's just an accident. He was pushing a car. You know the kick and start. You push it and it do. So when he did, he went straight into the fence. It's nothing serious. It is under control. All right, Dualu. Let's get back.
That's good. And also to you, add that.
Can I just interject for a second? Yeah. I'm on the webpage of Youth and Sport, and I'm reading the vision, which I think should be what the minister, the former minister, should have had in front of him to create some kind of measurable, objective plan for the youth in the country. It says to develop and implement appropriate youth opportunity programs. So I will stop there. How many programs did they develop, and were they appropriate for the condition that our children had, and what did they want to accomplish? So I'm just kind of doing a format as to how I would have developed.
So can we break this thing down because it will help us understand? You're right, Dr. Richardson. I don't know, Duadu, you will come in. But let's talk about the question.
I just want to ask you that question.
Yeah, after you do this, then we'll get into the show.
Yeah, I said my question is very simple because we want to look at each individual administrator. It's only fitting because you're here. Giving what this country's youth has been over the last 6 years, giving what Liberian sports has been over the last 6 years, will you say that you guys have been successful in delivering, giving the money you've been given?
I would definitely agree to that. Of course, There have always been challenges, and it's a good thing that we are starting with the Ministry of Youth and Sports. So, for the record, when the transitional team visited us, I think I say his name is Kwame Weeks, right? Kimmy Weeks, Dr. Kimmy Weeks was the head to that. You can place him a call. When he sat with us and we went through things that we did, his voice was, listen, you guys did more than extremely well that I thought you have ever done. And I think you are even way ahead of what happened 12 years ago. Please call him. He's one of our colleagues. He will let you know. Let's go down the issue. First off, we have to understand the mandate of the ministry to oversee youth activities in Liberia. And key to that is to ensure that the young environment is peaceful. Eduardo, you will recall over 6 years, unlike 12 years before the 6 years, you had not seen any single national youth group getting on the street for any kind of demonstration. Oh, yeah. And in addition to that, they have had successive elections without a single chair being broken. And the 6 years past was the first time in the history of our country when that happened. Good thing you are in Liberia, Eduardo, and you have Fla, Linsu. You can go to them and have them. That's the first CEO you are muted if you're talking something.
I think he left the
Okay.
screen already, Isaac.
Okay, so that was one thing I wanted to set apart. Let's go fast forward. From the Ministry of Youth and Sports, we all know, if you didn't know, that every single county in the Republic of Liberia is going to be a place having a TVET institution. If that happens, please let our people understand it's been into pipeline. As of now, we have 6 counties that have had that TVET institution across the country. That is something you want to have. My brother, you are asking of programs that we developed. At the Nimba Community College right now, there is an entrepreneurship course being taught because of what we employed. Now, one of the things we managed to know in Liberia is that a lot of young people have this zest for being entrepreneurs. The issue of knowledge has always been a major problem, and also having access to finance. Those were the places that we tapped in. And let me go to the last one. There are many, I don't want to keep talking until the end. When Mr. Boakai, when the president, His Excellency President Boakai, gave his first Sonan address, one key thing he talked about
I beg you,
was the
Isaac,
issue of job.
Isaac, allow me to interrupt you. So I'm begging you, because it is important for us to address this trending issue with what occurred today when President Jose Yeman Boakai went to that university. I mean, it will be fair, Duadu, for us to address it. A lot of people asking. We just had an opportunity to speak to the director himself, and we got to give you an update on this story. But first of all, let's just go back and show exactly what happened. All right. Again, we're going to say thank you for joining Spoon. We're going to have a beautiful show today. Duadu been doing extremely well in the absence of his wife, who just arrived 2 days ago to America. He's alone. So let's go ahead and play this video. Okay. All right. Let me hear from you guys. This is very important. Let's talk about the issue. We'll come back to the rest of the story. The reason why we were being delayed because we needed to speak to the authority. We got message from the authority. You saw the video. Liberians home and abroad saw this video. Let me hear from you guys real quick. Dr. Richardson, your thought, seeing the video, what's going on into your mind right there? He hawked president from the back. The whole world watched the video. Let me hear you, Dr. Richardson.
I'll call for more security protection at believe it was a little bit lax. I actually, it's interesting. I showed the video to Abraham, who's very security minded and logistical, and a former military person. He said that would have never happened in this country. He said that man wouldn't even have an arm if he would have even came close to United States president, because the tackle that he was going to receive, he was never going to forget the day that he was born. I mean, even they don't joke around with the security of such such an important person. And I mean, I know they meant well, the security meant well, but I believe that they were a little bit lackadaisical when it came to today. I don't know how it happened. It seemed like the guy seemed to just come from, freely and put his hand on the president. And he didn't even make it. It wasn't like he made an effort. There was some kind of struggle or anything like that. That's from what I saw.
Duadu, you in Liberia. What are you hearing? You watched the video. What's going on, Duadu?
Look, Stanton, I'm gonna say this to you. Look, this is a lapse. I don't want to dwell on it too much, but I'm gonna say this though. The EPS, if I were them, they should widen that dama. So whatever they call it. The proximity to the president was extremely dangerous. I would say that. But the thing is, it's happened before in other places. Sometimes these things will happen, but because it's a brand new president and we are trying to get somewhere, it was dangerous, and I just want to do a better job. I just don't want to dwell on it too much because it happens. It's just part of the nature of the beast.
Glenny? Oh, Glenny decided to go off. Jose?
Stanton, can you play that video one more time?
While I play the video, Nelson, you got to increase the volume. The folks want to hear. Let me play the video one more time. You're right.
Yeah, I saw something just now, and I want to confirm what I saw. Stanton, without seeing the other side of that video, I think I have a change of heart on my previous opinion. If what I saw just now is, it didn't look violent. I don't think that person meant to harm the president. The fact that it got close, that is disturbing.
Yeah.
That shouldn't have happened. It could have ended differently. But that thing, I saw something, even though they tried, the slow motion made it seem like an attack. I did see another hand. It seemed like an excited fan that tried to hook him from the back. I may be wrong, but given the angle that I just saw this video from, the first one was shorter than this. I think the more detail that we get, I think it might change. But even at that, the fact that someone had close access, these guys, they dropped the ball. Their focus were on the front part, and this guy just walked past them in that kind of lap. It's just too cheap to happen. You know, I think they were trying to be too. I don't know what they were trying to do, but these guys, some of them need retraining. A lot of them, some of them need to be retrained. We cannot allow this to happen to the president. But my previous thought that this was an attempt to attack the president, given that they used slow motion, which I think that whoever did that didn't do justice to the video, because the slow motion made it appear like a violent attack against the president. I think the person that did that made it to wanted to have that effect on us all. But I think if you let the camera to roll and the actual video to play, it will show something else. That's why I wanted to keep watching it over and over. But either way, it shouldn't happen.
Thank you. Yeah. Let me bring in Glendy. Glendy, are you with us? Talk to us on this video.
So I was very afraid when I saw that this morning. It troubled me a lot, and I don't want to be subjective and try to act like it was something simple or it was a hawk. It should not have happened. And I don't know where we've seen anybody will want to hawk a president of a country from the back. I don't know who would want to do that and think it was something insignificant, or think that he was just overly excited. Like Dwalu said, he's a military person. They have to be able to go back and reset. They have to be able to look at different things, proximities, and everything. Is that we're so lax. Right now, it's like everybody can just be there, and that Joseph Boyka, President Boyka, has to squeeze his way through the crowd. There should be no one that should have to be so close to him in proximity. Another thing I was very disappointed in was we saw what happened when the guy tried to hug. We don't know what happened after, because the cameras kept rolling forward, not even looking back to say who was this guy so that we can hear the end of the story. So whatever we hear right now is what EPS wants us to hear, whether it's true or false. We didn't see after. I don't know if you're I'm sure Spoon had people there. They can narrate to you what happened to the guy, but what happened after? Before we can, and Stanton is very strategic when he's coming back on the line and saying a hug. That's the narrative they want us to hear. But even if it was a hug, just a hug, that hug should not have occurred. And it's a failure on the EPS part today, and they need to do better. They need to go back and re-strategize. They need to look at their processes, because this is not just an ordinary citizen. This is the president. Not only that, you're hugging somebody here from their heart area. And what if he had pulled him backwards to fall? I don't think it was something insignificant today for me. I look at it as being very serious, and I'm disappointed that the EPS and the press secretary, who has promised to speak to us on issues, it's 5 hours or 6 hours later, and we haven't had any statement or anything from the government of Liberia. It's unacceptable.
Thank you, Glendy. Thank you very much. Let's bring in the former Deputy Minister, Isaac-Doe, but yet and still we'll welcome Prince Maxwell and Gibson Jerry. Isaac-Doe, your own explanation with this video. We have information from the EPS Director, Sam Gay. So let's have this conversation first. Minister Doe.
Well, I don't think those kind of incidents should be happening. I mean, you are talking about the president of our country. I think he should be, should I say, the most protected person with all those behind him. But I would just call on the authority to be very forthcoming with the Liberian public, because once things like that happen, everybody will want to know the details of exactly what went wrong. Were there any breaches, security breaches? And we know that since the inception of this government, there has been a lot of problems, issues here and there. Is this one of those issues that have been happening? I would just want the authorities to be very forthcoming and transparent in exactly what happened, what went wrong, what was the intent of this federal. I have not been watching the video. I've heard about it a lot, but I don't think such issues should be occurring, especially around the presidency, where there can be so much of security agencies, not just around him, even from afar. So how did that person leave from 1, 2, 3, 4 before reaching to the president? A lot needs to be explained.
Thank you very much, Prince Maxwell.
First and foremost, Isaac, I don't think you're doing justice to what happened. Forthcoming and transparent. Come on, the thing just happened. It's an ongoing investigation right now. You expect the government to just all of a sudden jump and start giving information. No, please. I'm responding to what you're saying, because you're stirring up public sentiment in the wrong way, and that's not appropriate. Let me just respond. Give me a chance to speak. No. I never injected when you were speaking. So don't do that to me. No, Isaac. Don't inject when I'm speaking. I never spoke when you were speaking.
Respond to Stanton.
Okay,
let's establish that.
Progress, please.
Yeah? Don't stir up public sentiment in a negative way. There's ongoing investigation. Let's do justice to that. First and foremost, you've never been that diamond before. You've never been that diamond before. You don't know that diamond. Yeah, please.
I used to do here.
No. Don't do it. Don't do it. I won't behave if you're not gonna game. Don't do it. It's not going
to. All right, guys, let's try to come back now. Let's come back to Isaac, do not interrupt him, please. If you want to speak, we will bring
That's
you
how
on
we get
later.
here.
I need to make
You
his
can come
voice
on later.
louder.
That's
Go
how we
ahead.
get here.
Prince, go ahead.
Prince,
Forthcoming, transparent.
who you coming to?
Come on,
Isaac,
don't do that.
Isaac,
Don't do that. You just
Prince,
became
go
deputy
ahead.
minister, my man. You just became deputy minister. Don't act like you were God sent. Don't do that.
Prince, go
Don't
ahead
do
and
that.
respond.
Don't do that.
Prince, this is not a UP place. You're talking to a pioneer of spoon talk. Don't
I'm
tell
not.
me.
I'm not a UPS.
Go
That's
ahead
the
and
first thing.
respond.
Don't do that.
Minister, I beg
Go
you, Minister
ahead,
Joe.
That which one are pioneer? So we will not a pioneer there. We will not a pioneer. What do we do? More be quiet. Which pioneer been there? Oh yeah.
Let the boss start telling me about something.
Pioneer,
Go
no
ahead and
pioneer.
talk.
Don't do that. Don't do that. That's what I'm saying. Don't do that. It's too early to start that kind of game.
Prince, let's hear you out now, Prince. Let's hear you.
Come on now. Yeah. Listen. Right now, it's an ongoing investigation. Now, where I do agree, there was a slip on the part of the security. Let's give the EPS the benefit of doubt to carry on a clear investigation of what happened. Then we can recommend next steps. What is clear is that Unit 1 was protected, Unit 1 is safe, and Unit 1 is back home. That's the first objective. Second objective is to go through all of the investigation and find out how and why there was a breach, because that was a breach of security. Now, as soon as the EPS come up with an investigation, I will be the first person on this network to be able to go full throttle on what happened.
Thank you. Kempsey?
Thank you very much. Welcome, Deputy Minister Isaac. Look, here is how I see it. All of you may see it negatively. The one positive thing that I saw, and I know somebody else who accused me of being JMB supporter, but I have to say this. The one positive thing in that whole thing is the comportment of the security. They could have ruffled that man, they could have beaten him, they could have hurt him just because of the proximity he went to the president. But they acted very mature. They held him away. I know there was a misstep on the security part. Usually that's why those who study security, those of us who are not security, they told us when the VIP is moving ahead, you back out and look around so that you can prevent. You can't look to the same place the VIP looking, because when you come from behind you, you will not be able to prevent it. So the security should have people who will be looking backwards and be moving so that they'll know who is intruding. They never did that. Number two, the same way on live show like this, like Prince Maxwell will talk Tabata here, and something will not be able to control it because that live show. All right? That's the same way with live security operation. You don't know where anything can come from at any time. That's why they have to be vigilant. But I want to say great kudos to the security for not behaving in a way that were going to hurt that person. Because the way that person came and held the VP, the president, is no longer VP. The way he hurt the president, it was a threat to VIP. Somebody could have hit him with gunpowder, or would have shot him, or would have brought him down and broke his hand, broke his nose, or done something very bad. And the security acted very mature. Let's say thank you to the security first for being mature, and also tell them that sometimes they need to watch out. They shouldn't think that nobody will harm JMB. Maybe that man not even going to harm JMB. Maybe he just want to hug the president that he voted for.
And maybe he had mental health issues.
Right. The way it was done, they look threatening. How you just come from behind a man, just hug the man like that? Even if you're trying to say hello, the man will be afraid, But I say thank you to the security. Thank you for not using the police power, the brutality method for you to victimize a person. And I think it sent a good signal to all security around JMB that they have to be moderate and temper mercy with security. And I think it can go a long way in showing a different picture of the people that are around the president.
Thank you very much, guys. It's very good that we move ahead with this conversation. I disagree somewhat with my brother Gibson Jerry. Whenever Gibson take the side of the president or people around the president, I am deeply concerned.
I know.
always
They tell me say
I
somebody
always
talking
say this to
Tabitha.
Duadu, and Duadu know I always tell him this. I always deeply concerned because Gibson is like a green snake in a green grass.
Yes.
He doesn't mean well. Okay? The truth.
Unless you can see, I said, Joanne.
Look at the video. Look at the video and tell me. Why don't you tell me, say, oh, the man meant well, he went to do a hawk. This is 100% security breach on the part of the security. You can't help it. You can't fix it. And I like what someone said. These guys, they're looking among the crowd, they're bluffing, they're acting cute. Fadiga said training, 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 training.
All the time.
They got to go down to fundamental, basic. They got to do that. And I can say to you, because I spoke to the security director, the EPS director, Sam Gay. First thing, Duadu, all those agents were reassigned. As of that duty, they reassigned all of them. They reassigned all of them. It's no nonsense EPS director, period. You can be whosoever, all of them reassigned. They have to go on a training. You know, Gibson, yeah, you call it in service, right? At your job, every 3 months, every month, they carry you for 1 week in service. Bring you back to reality. When I spoke to him, I gave him a hard time. I said, but Sam, what's going on? He said, oh man, the thing all over. They've been in meeting all day. They have reassigned all those agents. And they will take them for training before they can even come back. The first major step. They admitted it's a security breach. The gentleman seemed to be drunk. And he went, whatever you say he hog, you say he do this one, somebody, an agent or security just didn't pay attention. They never had the security eyes. So this is not no joke here and there, and you know. So Sam Gale is saying they have taken every measures, every steps. The investigation now is ongoing, and they will give full report. Full report. This is not a quick investigation. And it's on tape. All the media institutions have it. Spoon have it. So we shouldn't sit there and say, well, let's give them person the security. No, the security blunder. And the director admitted it. He said security breach. He's not putting his hand up and say kudos to these agents. No. If we allow, we'll call those agent names, but we are not going to do it. You can find them on the video. To come 6 feet close to the president. And from the back, that he was going to give the president a sleepless stroke. You know the one they can give you? Imagine they should have bust his hand open or break his arm. I mean, they were set as a deterrent to other folks that even thinking about those things. But thank God that the investigation is ongoing. So I can assure to you, thank God we spoke to Sam Gate, the EPS director. Investigation is ongoing. They have reassigned all those agents. They will take them for training. How many months, how many weeks, how many years going to take? Well, they will do that. They will be well trained. But let's put things aside for a little bit. The stress and the short term that Duadu said, this is just going to 2 weeks, right? People got to understand the different terrain. This is not George Manor where I said do president now. No. You know, you remember the clip came out, somebody went in George Manor compound, they said the guy was crazy. You guys remember that clip, right?
Store TVs and everything, yeah.
No, not the TV guy. The other one, a place where the old house where John Manor were wept. So
Yeah,
they beat him up.
They beat him up.
Yeah, they did. So you have Minister Doe saying, oh, you know this. No, if that Minister Doe government, then they find a man body in the ocean. If that Minister Doe government. If that John Wayne government, what the guys are going to do? You can't compare
that's
our
what you
president.
recommended. You said that you blew the man's head off.
You know,
so what are you saying?
So my thing here is that thank God.
I don't think they should.
The EPS director Sam Gay, he stepped up his game, took swift action, and now he's saying that investigation is ongoing through the Liberian National Police, through the NSA, and they will have a report to give to the Liberian people. These are different kind of security unit. You know, you don't just say everything and anything you are doing. But we are grateful that the president is okay, and I don't think this will happen again. Because if it will happen again, they're calling the legislature to question Sam Gay and ask for his immediate dismissal. He got to get his team together. That's why he was so swift to get on top. We're going to play one more time, and then if you got anything else to add, then we're going to go.
So why we can't say thank you to the security?
Let's play it one more time. Let's play it one more time. All right. So we'll do 15 seconds quick. Anything you guys want to add to this, or else we're going to move to the next conversation. Eduardo, you want to go first? I'm sorry, Isaac. Eduardo, you want to go first?
Yeah, I know you said you spoke with the EPS director and he said they are investigating. But see, this is one episode that almost everyone was concerned of, the entire country. It was all being talked about all around. In my mind, by this time, there should have been a certain kind of statement released by the EPS, assuring the Liberian people that everything is good. Preliminarily, this is what happened. We are investigating. We'll come back later. But you just want everyone to be in the dark until investigation completes. If that will happen in the next 4 days, 5 days, speculation will be all around the place, which I don't think security-wise is a good thing even for the life of the president. I thought by this time we should have known something from the authority as to exactly what went on, even if it is preliminary. That's what I said, and I will continue to insist that this leadership, this government, should be very forthcoming, should be very transparent of the Liberian people, and ensure that the country knows what is going on. This is on the life of the president, not just some ordinary thing. And I think the people should be very forthcoming for right on us.
Where were you 6 years ago?
The hypocrisy of my brother Minister Asido is just mind-blowing.
I don't understand.
Really?
The people shouldn't tell anything.
Listen now.
Man.
Listen to me. This is the same man that was in the administration that sits on reports for years. He's talking about something that happened today. There should already be a report being listed to the Liberian people. Let me tell you something. I'm talking about security. My security says I got to leave now. So I'm going to be leaving you guys right away. I have to leave the studio.
Your security says you leave?
Yeah, my security
says the country not safe?
But I'm going to say this.
Try to be here with us.
My man, relax. And I'm going to say this. Look, this happened. We hope, the party guy said they have to treat these guys more. I would say widening the down.
Now something to you real quick, Eduardo. Sorry to interrupt you. You know, it's sometimes maybe I just think that Acid does sometimes he still think that he's in his minister position. This thing should be. No, I just feel that I don't think Acid is all of that ministry yet. We got to go and check. I'm saying, please, if you have the time, go to that ministry, ask Go Bangalore, and go and check. Because the press secretary, Kula Fufana, will come out with a statement. These are investigation. They need to cross their T's and dot their I's. The mistake we made in the past government that everybody running with their own kind of statement, Dwadu, it shouldn't happen now. If this was George Manawiya government, you would get Chokon coming with investigation, the Liberian National Police coming with their own, Samuel Toy coming with their own, and everybody else coming with their own. No, it should be comprehensive, holistic. And that's exactly why nobody will come over investigation in 1-2 minutes because you want to hear something. It will come up from the press secretary, Kula Fufana. It will be shared to all media institutions. It will be on Facebook. And then the investigation will continue. Isaac, listen.
CEO.
You know, Isaac, it's a new thing.
But CEO, let me say the CEO. I was sleeping. Let me say the CEO, please. I was sleeping when this whole incident happened. When I was coming out of my fence, people were out there saying, "Oh, this is somebody jump on the president, they slap him." You know, what's the truth? No. That's the reason why it is important that as soon as that happened in no time, the authorities should give preliminary information as to what occurred. It is okay to complete your investigation. And as a matter of fact, CEO, you are one of those people beating on the past government to ensure in 2
I will
seconds.
be there again for the next 100 years. I will. But you
What's
know
the
what?
for Baptist church tomorrow?
I think
I
it is,
will
it
be
is
there
important to the
for the
people.
next 100
We need
years.
to
But
know preliminarily what it is,
Isaac,
and
I can assure
investigation
you,
is still going on. We have said that.
Isaac,
The,
I can
the,
assure
the
you.
pioneers
Now,
are
let me-
talking.
the pioneers, right?
The pioneers are
Isaac,
talking.
I can assure you before we move on,
What is that?
I will assure you, Isaac, that before the night is over, there will be a statement out that will be signed
It's
by
better late
those.
than never. Let's something
No,
do.
no, no.
Thank you.
Isaac, let's say this. I'm not saying you're wrong.
The statement is
but
already
we will-
out.
Yeah,
Unless
but we
statement
will
is
not.
out.
Thank you. But we
But
will
that's
not do
what I do,
business. But Isaac, we will not do business as of the old days. The people got to cross the T's and dot the I's, right? The first priority, number one, is save the president. The second priority, preliminary investigation will be going on. These statements are all already like Glendy is saying, and then we will move on. The statement is very clear. We can confirm, and I will put it up, that the incident which occurred during the president arrival at the commencement is currently under full investigation by EPS and the Liberia National Police. The president, His Excellency, Joseph Yuma Boyka, went ahead and performed all aspects of the function for which he was called. These things for which he was invited. I said, we will not be making these errors. We have to make sure this is a government, I say, of very responsible, professional individuals, government. So thank you very much for your concern. The statement is out. If you don't have it, I'm going to forward it to you, and we have to move on. Fadiga, you got anything to say? Let me forward this to Minister Doe. Please share it with 712 Minister Doe. Let me send it to you. Listen, I just been real over here, Gibson. The issue remains the same. Don't rush to come put a statement, then you have to make correction later. No. Carry on your preliminary investigation. Put a very, very unique statement as the investigation, is ongoing. So it's
And you
unique.
live in America,
I think the statement, let me give my own view of that statement. I'm not saying it yet, but from what you read, I think the statement is responsible.
Right, even the one you just read is good.
Because
saying,
they
just
go
something let people know.
into the details of what happened. What people are concerned about is whether the president is safe. And that statement went to whether the president was safe, what the president was not safe. They made it clear that the president was safe. He did his job. He went home and he's okay. He's fine. That is a professional statement. Now, what they need to do now, basically, not even a big investigation. Somebody, random man, want to intrude the security and go hold the president. They can just go and just reshuffle people and stuff like that. But I keep saying, guys, when we have security behaving very well, we always pounce on them when they do wrong. When they do well, let's praise them so they can continue that attitude. What they did today, that responsible attitude of whisking the man away from the president and not brutalizing him, it is something that we need to say thank you to the security. It
How
is
do you
not
know
being
that they were not?
Again, Gibson.
Can I say something?
Part of the video.
Yes, Mama, go ahead, Glendy.
So I want to say it is a good thing now that we have the statement, and I want to side with former Minister Doe, that the statement is late. That's something that should have come up, but suffice it to say there is a statement now. But the guy who did the hugging also issued something on his page saying that he said that he meant no harm. He's a fan of JMB. He understand that the way he did it was.
I don't want you to say it for him, Glenny. Screenshot
yes,
it.
I'm just like the statement is out.
Screenshot it. Screenshot it. Yeah, let's do that.
No, but why do you mean the statement was late?
It was late. This thing happened around 9 o'clock this morning.
Guys, one at a time now.
They happened around 9 o'clock this morning. I see this thing they was saying here, but you're not pan here. Don't be asking the question.
Okay, the reason why
it happened around 9 this morning. It is now 5 o'clock in the evening. It should have come out earlier. It's all I'm saying.
Here's the reason why I don't think it's late. As a press secretary, before you put statement out and deal responsibly, you have to liaise with all the security apparatuses, all the individuals involved, and they have to come up with one statement. And the president himself will have to even input the minister of the security advisor.
Thank you, Gibson. Thank you, Glendy.
So the thing is,
Gibson, thank you. Let me bring in Fadika and Prince Maxwell and Dr. Richardson. We got to move on to the other conversation.
So,
Fadika?
I do agree. Like when I listen to the more I watch the video, look, they should have put a press statement out, and like those say, look, this is going to be far from what you are used to seeing. So, the press statement is out. There will be an investigation. We will hear the outcome of this thing. Look, one thing that I want us to know is that EPS officers are trained to assess threat and threat level. What happened should never happen. Gibson, for once, I want to agree with part of what you said. It could have ended differently. The president composure, his demeanor was very professional. He did not bow. Look, JMB is a very tough individual. He saw that today. You know, he's not a small cookie. Look, even under immense pressure, we saw how he handled himself. This says a lot about him as an individual and the kind of president that he's going to be. That he doesn't just fall for pressure. This individual came, tried to attack him. He leaned back, looked at him, went on about his normal business. Other people will probably be running and panicking, but he shows leadership. He shows strength, and that is something we want to see. And Gibson, like I would say, I do agree with you. It could have been brutal. That person, another Liberian, who had lost his life, and it could be that he's just a fan. We do not have enough. We have not seen enough of the video to make 100% or give a definite response. But just as those snippets that I've seen, that person did not look like a serious threat to the president. And I think the fact that nothing happened, we just use this as a teachable moment and make sure that it doesn't happen again. But we got a lot of work to do, a lot of cleanup to do. I think we should focus our attention on that. It just happened, just one of those bad things that happen at the end of the month.
Thank you very much, Maxwell.
Yeah. First and foremost, I vehemently disagree with the proponents on this network right now talking about immediate information. Nowhere in the world such immediate information is released to the public. In recent times, there was a terrorist bombing in Iran. The government did not release information until 48 hours after. That's still national security issue. The first thing is we are missing a categorization of what we're talking about. We are talking about a national security issue. This was a breach on the chief of staff. I mean, the chief commander-in-chief life. There was a breach in security on the commander-in-chief. It could be categorized as anything. You don't just release information immediately to the public like that. You cause public hysteria.
Why is it important to release those information?
Let me just speak, please. It could cause public hysteria. The government, I do agree with Gibson 100%. The national security apparatus need to understand and assess the situation before giving any information to the public. And they have assessed the information, they have to assess the situation, and in less than 10 hours since this happened, they've already provided information to the public. This is not 48 hours, 78 hours issue. But we have to understand and categorize what we're talking about. We are talking about a national security breach in the diamond, the close security of the president and the commander-in-chief of the Republic of Liberia. You don't just jump out immediately and say, oh, yes, the information is this. No, you don't do that. It's unprofessional, and no security will ever advise that. So I don't know what the idea of swift information is coming from. I think the government did the right thing, and it's the right time they announced it to the government, to the people of Liberia.
Dr. Richardson.
Glad the president is safe and at home. I have no further comment.
Anybody ask anything before we move on?
That's what we're just saying.
Let me say this.
That already just saying you won't get in your
I don't know what minister is saying, but I think, let me tell you why it is important that we put out these statements. We just came from a very continuous election. The country, given the election result, is heavily divided. People will still be trying to play politics and try to exploit any situation. They are diehard. Like for me, when I saw this today, someone said to me, my heart stopped. There were two other individuals that called me and they were calling for something that some people were beyond this and conspiracy theory and all these different things. When things like this happen, you get ahead of the story. The president is safe, setting security breach. Are we still assessing the situation?
Right.
The fact that the individual are not even arrested, it shows that it was not even that. So I don't know what security, national security thing people will be assessing for 9 hours when the man was not arrested, given what we know, or he was not handcuffed, he was let go, he posted that on his page, like the Sis Glennie is saying. That means they have already assessed something to know that this man was not a real threat. They probably have gone to his Facebook, social media posting, and see that he was a unity partisan, and he has been posting. So they have already done those assessments. The next thing to do is to make sure that you avoid the look. We are in the spin cycle. We are in the time of social media where anybody can exploit any kind of information like this. So I wouldn't want this to be there where people will be scratching their head and two people start fighting on the street because they think that somebody trying to attack our president. What I think they should have done was to put out a statement stating that the president is fine. There was a security breach on the president, but there was no imminent harm done to the president, any threat against the president, and everything is fine. He can come up with more detail later on, but at least this will alleviate all the speculation and something, because someone deliberately put a slow motion on that video.
Right.
And if you watch that video in slow motion, it's very dangerous. We have to be mindful. The video in slow motion appears as if somebody is trying to attack the president by his throat. And when I saw that, I'm like, oh no. But when you watch the video from another angle and try to watch it,
you guys stop attacking the messenger. Let me tell you how you're attacking the messenger. The video, the person that made it in slow motion did not create a video. They just put it in perspective.
No, they put it in slow motion.
Hold on, come in. This is what we call attacking. This is what we call attacking the messenger.
It was intended to have an effect.
Okay. I know you spoke for long. I got 30 seconds. Let me just speak for the 30 seconds. This is what we call.
Who gave you the 30 seconds?
This is what we call attacking the messenger. The person just put the video out. Let me just say this.
I'm not saying that.
Okay, let me go away from that thing. As a journalist, I'm saying again, I could have been the first person.
It was doctor.
There you go. I'm not talking about that video thing again. Let me finish my comment. As a journalist, I very much believe I was going to be the first person if they had come up with a statement 1 hour after it happened. Because there's a tendency that if it happens immediately, you put a statement out, the information is not correct, you got to come back again and put another statement out to correct the first information.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it can be general.
So we are
no.
What we look at is the unity of what we need to be looking at now is what the EPS will say. Because the president is fine, is gone, they lay to bed. I think people were concerned, oh, did anything happen? Was there any powder put on the president that he could be sick? Did the president even tell them, oh, this is nothing, you're leaving. I don't want anything
you
to do with the public. Or journalism will call it story die a natural death. You look at the situation, you look at the public, you feed the public and say, let's see what happened to this story. If nobody brings the story out, the story died natural death. If somebody brings the story out, we respond to the story. This is a decision. And I think Kula is the one who handled this. I think Kula needs some kudos.
Gibson, I'm not coming to be no consultant for Unity Party here, but let me just tell you, if you wait and allow the information get ahead of you, Unity Party, blame yourself. So just
This
wait
is
for 10 hours before
this
you
is
put up
not political. This is not political thing you're talking about. Where you can
let's
get
go
ahead
to
of
the next topic
information.
now. I think we have
That's not how
discussed
we get That's not how we get ahead of information. You're talking about national security information. When Reagan was shot, the only reason why the Americans got to know about it because of on live TV. If you go back to the Warren Commission of 1964, when Kennedy was shot, the Warren Commission released a report 3 days after the investigation. Go look at the research.
You're on live TV too, Kennedy on live
3
TV.
days. Kennedy was Reagan on live TV. That's the American people got to know.
And Kennedy was on live TV.
Kennedy was not on live. Kennedy was on live camera.
Fadiga, I'm sorry, is Nelson in there, Fadiga? Isaac, is
So
Nelson in there?
this kind of information, you take time to get to the public. I do agree with Gibson. All of what Gibson says is absolutely right about it. Kudos to you, Gibson. I appreciate that.
The public. You do not have to be.
Thank you,
It's
Prince,
not,
for the education.
if it are across 10 hours, 24 hours, I would have been very, very concerned about it, but it didn't cross 24 hours.
After 9 hours, they should have come up with a statement to inform us and the citizens. Nothing wrong. They should have told us something.
To break out that statement.
They should have come to say something.
They should
And
have
not be
said
quiet
something.
on it.
What if the president said,
Y'all wait that information go out.
the president write the story, write the press release, and take it to the president and say, Madam Mr. President, this is the
And see, this other story, I'm not sure how you guys discussed it much yesterday, but I think it's very important.
If the president wrote the story and carry it to the president and say, Mr.
All right,
President, this is the statement we are putting out, and the president say, no, y'all wait. All right. The national security advisor say we should handle it differently. Your way, y'all go talk to him first. Why if he said that? Why if the justice minister say y'all can't just put it out like that? We don't know what will happen to the public because people can jump in the street just because of this. Y'all waste more.
All right, so let's move on, guys. Let's move on. It's very important for us to. Okay, it's very important for us to have some understanding with this story. And I don't know where my brother Isaac was coming from, but the information on social media about this gentleman, we will post it. We're trying to reach out to him. The gentleman that grabbed the president, we want to hear from him. As the investigation goes, we're doing everything to bring him on and hear from him. We're making every effort we can to get him, and folks are working on it. So by God's grace, we will bring him on or hear from him by way of this phone. All right. I think the team talk about Liberia National Police, the EPS, the national security system of the country. They all did extremely well, and they put out a statement. So let's move on. We are not leaving the story. It will not just die like Gibson is saying. We'll come back once.
They may get prepaid internet.
Wait, can I tell you that, Gibson? He always talks about other people's internet.
Especially me. Now he there, he is there too.
Now, as a door in Liberia, you're not talking about frozen internet. Suddenly, America internet frozen.
Yeah.
The man didn't pay bills.
You not disappear from paying bill yet. How are you talking like that?
Who told you? The bill is plenty. Even more than before.
Him to put the story outside, to put his statement outside. I mean, anybody can clarify what the action were, and I think it's a good thing that he put his statement up. But at the same time, these kind of people, we got to be very careful with them. People who are emotional when they see people, they want, I have a friend who always hugging. I pushed the man one time. Every time you hugging me, you can't see me, we talk different, you gotta hug me. I'm not your girlfriend, don't hug me. So these kind of things, the security must be vigilant. You don't want to put no more bulletproof jacket on the woman. We put one the other day, we saw what happened. We don't want to put no more bulletproof on the man here. So you start threatening the old man. You start going.
They were investigating, guy. There's so many stories on him right now.
I know you're thinking that sedition,
pictures with him being a sedition.
Aha.
There's so many stories with him
How
right
many
now.
sedition voted for Joseph Boyka before Joseph
I'm saying there's a lot of stories out there about this guy, and he is also responding to I think the police director, whoever it is, post on Facebook. He directly responded to that post. That was where he wrote that there. But on people are sharing different pictures about him with the CCC stuff on. I don't know, but that's what the EBS people will investigate him on.
I'm not a security minded
was
person.
sedition, but you were talking for JMB. Fadiga was sedition.
I was never trained in security. And
Fadiga sedition thing was a long time ago. Stop it.
I have never been a
From Mahi.
What I wanted to say about this is that, you know, as a security person, the person
I have never been a
protecting the
sedition.
president, I believe that they shouldn't assume anybody was trying to be nice. They should just assume threat at all times. You know, whether this person is trying to give a hug, whether this person was, you know, angry at the president, just assume anybody is a threat. You cannot assume, you know, oh, he was just a nice guy.
Yeah, you cannot.
Yeah, who knows? This person, like a lot of the people we know historically who have attacked world leaders, they have some kind of emotional or mental health issues going on with them. And so you really have to be mindful. Anybody is a threat. Anybody who gets so close to the president is a threat.
It's a threat
to not only the president, but to our security as well, to our country. I don't even know where Stanton is. So I know he wanted to move on to
probably on the phone.
Yeah, but Dr. Richardson, I think something happened from yesterday. I don't know how much you guys discussed about it, but I think it's very important, especially when it comes to differences between thoughts from one government to the other. You know, during the president's sona, he talked about this of $40 million that the former president. I think that is very important. That's something we need to actually talk about, because if one president disagrees with another president, it is a big story. And
I think I heard the legislature was
they already called in tomorrow. There's some of them already tomorrow. There's a post from Amaral Conan asking the director of CBL to produce the bank balance from, I think, the 17th and the 21st, I believe, to produce the bank balance. So if we say whatever we say will be subjected, let him.
Let us wait.
Well, I don't know when we started waiting now. I'm not sure when we started waiting. We can discuss as we always been.
But we talked about it yesterday.
I said you want to wait. What he wants to do. I said
we don't watch. What are we waiting for?
So you can bring a bank statement so we can see. You may be right.
Okay, this is the issue here. No. This is the issue. This is the issue. Number one here. I know, my Glendy just said Amara sent something out. These are the things we have to put out to the people and be very clear. We have to be sincere.
I said we'll wait tomorrow and get
so
all the facts.
Number one here, right after both statements came out with this public and there. I saw that a lot of UP people and bring out 20 million back, all around Facebook. And up to today, you notice one thing that lawmakers, especially from the side of the United Party, weren't so much interested into that whole issue. It was those. Oh yeah,
that is not. Let's stop for tomorrow.
I beg you guys, one at a time. I don't know. Whenever you have sedition coming back on the show, like I do it, then they kick me off. You see, I mean, something with you guys then. But let's go ahead. So I said, finish your point.
Yeah, so I'm saying, if you were to see from the legislature, you see most of the guys from the CDC angle were the ones actually pushing the show. You know what? Let's try to get to the bottom of this. Let's find out what happened now. Yesterday, I was on the show. I can confirm again, that $40 million in the account. Not because I'm saying because I want to say, because I have seen with my eyes and I know about it. Now, the issue here is what happens if it is confirmed that 40 million was indeed there. Are we going to be asking our current government, please account for the 20 million? What happened within just a couple of days? Is that something we are prepared to take on? And like I said, if we are so serious about change, not just having a chance to actually be leaders, we should be very sincere to our country and show those things that were wrong in the past remain wrong forever.
So are you saying that something happened to 20 million in a matter of days?
The very same thing that people said something happened to 16 billion. I'm not sure why not we can be asking questions now.
No,
I don't know any
you're
reason why we
free,
should
cheeky.
do
I beg you. Don't. I'm asking a sincere question.
it. And I'm sincerely responding.
No, you're not
Isaac is
It's
playing
a
tit for
big
tat.
thing. It's a
Isaac
big
is playing
thing
tit for tat.
when you see one president disagree with another president publicly doing a function that is national. It is not just some parties to us talking. It is
I
one
said we'll find
president
closure
disagreeing with
tomorrow.
the other president.
Isaac.
We'll find closure tomorrow.
Let Isaac finish. We'll speak. That we want the people to understand us. Isaac finish, please.
And oh yeah, and that's what I was saying. I thought it is a good thing that the honorable lawmakers decided to call CBL and ensure we get the truth as to actually what transpired. And we know the president wasn't reading something based on someone just thinking; he was reading based on facts. And so what was in there was something that he knows is there. And after Thursday, we all then can come back to ask, where is the $20 million? And I hope Stanton Waterspoon will join me to ensure that.
Let's put this real quick.
Yes.
This is what Amara wrote.
Yep.
As you all can see, Amara wrote, Honorable Aloysius Talu Jr., Executive Governor, Central Bank of Liberia, Lane and Ashmore Street, Monrovia, Liberia. Dear Honorable Talu, as you are probably aware, former President George Weah reported to the nation on January 21st, 2024, that that he left 40 million United States dollars in the consolidated account, while President Joseph Boakai, in his State of the Nation address to the legislature on January 29, reported that his predecessor left 20.5 million USD in the consolidated account at the establishing the true balance in the consolidated account as of the aforementioned date support transparency and accountability, and is probably one of the most important economic governance issue for the country at this time as the country welcomes a new administration. Today, the Senate plenary voted to mandate the Public Account and Audit Committee, PAC, and the Banking and Currency Committee, BCC, to expeditiously investigate this matter and establish the true balances of the consolidated account with supported documentation and report to the plenary by Tuesday, February 6, 2024. Therefore, both committees would like to request that you please provide the following information by end of day on Wednesday, January 31st, 2024. Provide 1. Government of Liberia GOL consolidated account balance in US dollars and Liberian dollars LRD as of January 17, 2024 and January 19, 2024 at the Central Bank of Liberia, supported by appropriate bank statement and minutes of all meetings at CBL head with the Joint Presidential Transition Team, the JPTT. 2. GOL revenue account balances for the same period and the calendar year ended December 31st, 2023. Please don't hesitate to contact us should you have any question. Sincerely, Amara M. Conan, Bapodu County Chairman, Public Account and Audit, Liberia Senate. CC Councilor Joseph Jala, Chairman, Banking and Currency Committee. There you have it. Now, you will come back to Spoon Decks. Based on our own inquiry, our own communication with sources within the government. When we ask questions, Central Bank is saying they have prepared a request, but the data statement of the consolidated account are shared with Minister of Finance, Development and Planning when you talk about the USD and the Liberian dollars for the fiscal year 2023 to 2024. And you got to understand, this is very, very helpful for our folks to understand. They are saying they have prepared their statement. So what Amara is asking for, they will they are in a position to give Amara and the senators what they are asking for. So the letter Amara just wrote, folks, let's take our own 2 cents and remove your political hat. It's a unique letter. We have to have some understanding. The George Manawia leave 40 million in their account. Now, there was a JPTT thing. The cluster report is up there, folks. There's a reason why I cannot go into it. I will be ahead of Amara. I believe Amara have it. Those that met them, I believe the senators have it. I believe all the senators wanted to have it. They know how much the US dollars in the consolidated account, you see, as they're laughing. And they know how much the LD in that account. Let's be fair. Amara requesting for document for the sake of the public to have folks on record, but Amara have those documents from the cluster report. We have the cluster report from the Minister of Finance. We have the cluster report from Youth and Sport. We have the cluster report from LPRC, LEC, the Minister of Justice. It's all out there. We have it. Spoon have it. But Amara is doing the right thing to request it publicly through the right channel.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the senators know exactly who's telling the truth. But it will be premature for Amara to come out and say, I'm chaired on audit or whatsoever. Yes, a report. No. The people responsible, Governor Talu and the rest of them, should come and say it. And that's what our sources from the government saying, Spoon, we prepared our statement and we will give Amara what he asked him for. Now, we shouldn't interrupt each other. There's a reason why I say laughing and Jerry Boyd biting his fingernails. Dr. Richardson, the letter from Amara, and the response he's going to expect. Who telling the truth, Joseph Boycott or Josh Weah?
I don't want to get into the business of answering who's telling the truth. However, I do employ the process of trying to figure out what the bank balance was at the time, January 17th. And so then we'll determine who's telling the truth. I don't have no information, Stanton, like you have, but from what I'm hearing from Isaac Go is that 20 million was spent in a span of a couple of days by, I don't know, by this incoming government. Is that what I think? That's kind of what I'm hearing. And if it is true, then we need to know what was the $20 million spent on. How did they spend it? Did it go for the transitional team? Or if there was a mistake in the reporting of how much availability, how much fund was available, it's concerning too. Then the president's team around him, they're not paying attention to details. They need to be checked, okay? Because they provided wrong information to the president probably. So those are my 2 thoughts on this issue here.
Thank you, Dr. Richardson. So let's just be patient. I know somebody want to choke somebody right now. But Fadika, Amara letter, the central bank is coming with the reply. Your take on this thing, somebody know how much is in that account, especially when you talk about the senators. But they are doing the right thing to allow Talu to come and speak and reply to this 40 and 20 million issue.
Senator, I think Senator Conan did the right thing. Look, some of us expected this to have happened. When we saw that the transition was not going as smoothly as expected, we knew that they would have entered into the she's they remember with the 150 million in our foreign reserve and how much was left and Erling, I think 50 million, she said was left there and it kept going back and forth. But the past administration wanted this. And I think Amara Khan will lay all this hullabaloo to rest by inviting those people concerned. Let them come in. And they said numbers don't lie. I said, though, want us to keep playing this gachu bumeo, cat and mouse. But on the 6th, which is just about a week from now, next Tuesday, we have the chance to listen to these people tell us how much is in the account. If it's found out that more was left, more was left. Then we'll find out what happened to the 20 million that was not received. But I do not expect that 20 million, 40 million was there. I do not believe it, given how reckless the past government was, how wasteful they were when it comes to money. I don't think they left anything other than what President Boyka said was in that account. So Amara Khan is just going to say, you know what? He say, she say, let us just look in the books and tell us what is there. And these guys, I don't think now that there's a new regime, I don't think they're in a position to hide any of those things at this time. So this is the beginning of unraveling what was done in the last 6 years. And we have a lot to...
I'm going to skip Glenny and go to Isaac and we'll come back to Glenny. Isaac, data statement of the consolidated accounts are shared with the Ministry of Finance, Development and Planning.
Sure.
So why are we even questioning as to how much was in the account?
That's the issue. And I will say a few things here, CEO. The team from the new government, just a little advice from me, needs to slow off a little bit. I think
keep your advice.
I think they are too much running. The speed is too much. They need to slow off a little bit. And things
we have
will
a
work
country
out.
to rescue.
It's okay, my brother.
Fadiga, let him finish. Hey, Fadiga.
But I mean,
you know what the message is upon here, my man. Give respect to pioneers.
Come on, man.
Please, brother. To me, they need to slow down a little bit. We know you have 6 years to rescue this country, that everything will be okay. You don't have to be running so much. Now, this is what I think. Very honestly, though, the issue of lie, not lie, I don't want to use that. I don't think it will fit.
No, you guys polish words. I'm not going to do it.
I will say, CEO, I know 100 plus 10% that 40 million is in the account. Like I was saying yesterday, the 40 million is a sum total of US dollars balance plus Liberian dollars balance converted to US dollers. Is it very possible? Oh, my man, let's go ahead. You just said it's given to Ministry of Finance, Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance, I'm a former man. Then you ask if I can prove it. But what I want to say is this one. It is very possible, though. It is very possible that for the JB team, they may not have considered the Liberian dollars component, because if you were to look at the difference, it kind of makes sense. One, you don't expect both balances to be the same because one was reporting for the 17th and the other was reporting for the 19th. Now, something may have happened between, the 2-3 days between there.
Isaac, can I ask you a question? Is the consolidated account include Liberian dollar?
Yeah, it's two US dollars and Liberian
US dollars and Liberian dollars.
And then to the letter.
But let us finish. Gibson, let us finish. Let us finish.
He's a former minister. He's telling us.
No, but let him finish. No, Gibson, let us finish. As finish, I'm begging you.
And then to the letter specifically from Senator Amara Kane. Mr. Senator Conan was a former Minister of Finance. I'm sure he knows the consolidated account is inclusive of the revenue account. And I saw in the letter where he requested for the revenue portion, but it's within that. So he will have it anyway. And then the last part went to, as at the year ended December 2020. I'm not sure what is the essence of that, because no one is disputing anything that came from December 31. It's just about just changing the whole topic. It is about the balance that President Weah said was there and the balance that President Boyka said he met. Why can't we focus on that instead of going to December 31st balance to do what does it mean?
Thank you very much. Glenny, thank you, Isaac. Glenny, let's bring you in, Glenny, before we go to Prince Maxwell and Gibson on this issue. It's very important. How much do we have in the consolidated account? Look at Amara letter. And I will say this again, 100%. Amara know how much in their account. Wama Kamara know how much they met in their account. So they with Burma Kamara, who is going for confirmation hearing, was the head on that cluster. And Gibson, you know that. Burma Kamara met Samuel Twe. He met Samuel Twe in the restaurant. He met Samuel Twe at the finance ministry. Burma Kamara went to Nima the PSA. Burma Kamara went to Talu. Burma Kamara met all these people, the bank governors, all of them. A phone call away, he can tell the president how much in their account. A phone call away, he can tell any one of those senators, because indeed, he should tell them he's going for confirmation hearing. The cluster reports out there. Let me be fair. It's as a though telling us that Burma Camara gave wrong information to the president and said we have 20.5 million in the account. Glenny, let me set this up for you. Talk to us. I want to bring the people attention back. We are talking about Burma Camara, cluster head, who is now the appointed finance minister. Is this one? I don't believe I said no for a second. But let's just set it up and let our audience understand where we're coming from. Talk to us, Glendy.
Well, I think that's the basis for my response, because it's like we already had an issue in inauguration. So we had a big issue. You want to tell me that the current Liberian government will allow just President Boyka to go up there with dignitaries and all of Liberia listening to his Sona speech, and he will give us an incorrect figure? Is that what we're supposed to believe? I don't want to believe that, because I want to ensure that those people that are connected with the finances of the country, who provided the numbers for President Boyka to speak on, had the ability to have checked it thoroughly before giving it to the president to speak. But we will see tomorrow. And if Amara is going as hard as he's going in that note, in that letter, that proclamation, wherever it is, rest assured that, like Stanton said, he does know. And it will be even a disgrace if even the current incoming finance minister didn't know the exact figure. So I think CDC is just trying to stall and say what they have to say. I would be surprised, very surprised, if that number that President Boyka spoke of was incorrect, because it had to be triple checked before he said that. And it was strategic for him to even announce it there. So we will be looking tomorrow to see when Central Bank, I even made a post today, Central Bank, they have the burden of proof. They need to prove to us that they have that money in their account and what they have. So we'll see tomorrow what happens. But I don't want to believe that President Boyka misspoke or the amount is incorrect.
Maxwell, I think I'll see you and then Chiru.
Yeah. Just think about it. This is even more so critically important that our legislators in the Honorable House of Legislature look at the transitional period legislation. This situation makes it even more important that there must be a passage of a transitional period legislation that guides Liberia during this time. Now, on the issue of 40 to 20, 20 to 40, the middle ground has already been painted gray. And the person standing in the middle ground is Senator Amara Kone. He has requested one side of the aisle to produce information. And I think Fadiga said that number doesn't lie. The numbers will be produced by the central bank and delivered to the Senate for Liberian people to understand. I cannot sit here to say the numbers that were read during the SONA is right. As a matter of fact, I believe the president, because he is the president. But tomorrow, day after tomorrow, or the day after, there will be numbers that will come out, because right now there's an ongoing oversight investigation on this issue so as to find a clear understanding to also move forward. That's all I can say about this issue, because it's already been resolved.
Jerry Gibson?
First of all, just from hearing Isaac, though, my good friend there, Isaac, the Georgia government was on deception. When you are giving figures in Liberia, you don't change the Liberian dollar to US and combine it. They could have said 20.5 million in US and 5 million or 30 million or 100 million in Liberian dollar. It would have been fair enough. And that's what JMB said. There were no facts to support 20 million USD. There was no 20 million USD. So if I'm giving account of my Liberian dollar account and my US dollar account, instead of me giving the Liberian dollar, and I say, oh, this is how many US, and when they go low Liberian dollar. So it was deception. They wanted to show off that they left too much money in the account. Look, we have to be, this is the problem with our government officials. What were they trying to prove? What if you say we left 20.5 million United States dollars plus 55 million Liberian dollar in the account? It will not be verified, but if you put it together, if you convert the money by yourself and change it to US dollar and put it together, and the man goes there and only see US dollar 20.5 million, the man saw 20.5 million. The Liberian dollar can be counted differently. So the Liberian people, you're confused and too much. So I think George Rather was on deception. And we have to say that because we will criticize Boycott tomorrow. And Prince, I agree with you. I agree with you on the transitional legislation. I don't know why you want to say agree today. I don't know. I don't like that. But I agree with you on this one. There must be a legislation that's
you are drinking water today.
Yeah, I know. From this month, all expenditure and bank balances must be discussed or handled by this committee. I think if that legislation with the president having a little lead here with free hand, I think that kind of thing will give us some transfer. But this is complete deception. They should have said 20.5 million US dollar and maybe 500,000 million US Liberian dollar. It would have been clear enough. JMD is right on this. There's no evidence to support the claim. If Mr. Doha not coming to tell us that Liberian dollar will be changed into US dollar, we'll still be thinking, in fact, this is not even clear. What was the rate you used? Your inflated rate? Was it 200? Was it 190? Was it 160? What rate you used to convert it?
Okay.
So
let me say this.
Before you go, let me just provide a little correction.
Yeah, go ahead.
Gibson, you got a great point. Thank you. But I think it's both ways. First off, there is a financial regulation here in Liberia called the PFM law. The PFM law mandates reporting to be in US dollars. So if you have Liberian dollars and you're reporting, that Liberian dollars is converted to US dollar at the CBL rate at the time of reporting. So that is standard and that is correct and that is fair. Now let's go to the second thing. Now, let's agree with you for the sake of argument that, okay, here. So if the president had reported 40 million and didn't say 20 million in US and X 2 million plus in LD, what stopped President Wakai for saying it? I didn't meet 40 million in the account, but I met 20 million US and this LD. What stopped him from doing it? Although it is right because the PFM law mandates reporting to be in US dollars, that's how it is done. It is converted at the central bank rate as at the time of reporting. So, saying US dollars after converting the Liberian dollars is right. Just wanted to provide that.
No, but the man cannot be your defense.
All right. So Gibson, wait on. Gibson, one at a time.
No, give me 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds.
No, Gibson, no.
Give me 10 seconds. You can get
Gibson, stop, man.
10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds. Mr. Doe.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Waka is not your boy to do your job.
No, he's not doing our job. He's doing his job.
You told the Liberian people that you have 40 million United States dollars.
Right.
And then checking the bank, he saw 20 million United States dollars. You expect Waka to go check the other one?
He didn't see LD there too. So why he didn't mention the LD himself?
Why would he mention the LD? Maybe they are not even checking.
All right, okay, so let's move on. Let me say this. It's very important for us to do this.
My man.
we're not just speculate because, and thank God, you see, when we're having this kind of discussion, it's very important that we have so many professional people watching, sophisticated folks watching. It's very, very good. We enjoy the program that way. Here we are today. As of December 31st, 2023, this account we are arguing about has 69 millions in it. As of December 31st, 2023, had 69 million United States dollars. And when I say these reports are out there, they are out there, my people. up to inauguration when Joseph Yima Boaka took over. But like people will say, slow down, Stanton. Let those guys then come up and say it for us to be very clear. This thing will end up with, it will just be like this kind of math we always talk about. Have you seen this math? Watch. In the next couple of days, up to next week, it will be this math. All the guys that will be working with. Let's go to this math.
How much is that amount? I collected 2,500 naira from you.
Yes.
And another 2,500.
Yeah.
Making it 5,000.
41,000.
Huh?
41,000.
2,005 plus 2,000. That is.
Oh my God.
5,000 naira.
That is 41,000.
Yes.
I say you collect 2,500 plus 2,500. 0 plus 0.
0.
0 plus 0.
0.
5 plus 5.
10.
2 plus 2.
4.
41,000. 0 plus 0.
0.
0 plus 0.
0.
5 plus 5.
10.
I write 10. 2 plus 2. 4 now.
You carry one. You carry one. You carry one.
Where you dey carry and go? Hey! Carry one go where?
Hey! Come. Wait. Who be your teacher?
You hear what the man said? He said, wait. This thing you're troubling with 20.5 million, 40 million, it will be in Zeleture. That thing about to end just like that.
No,
you can't want to go where? Where you get the people 20 million?
It's not
the
going
next thing the man asks, who be your teacher? So, folks, let's be very clear with our fellow Liberians. These people know exactly what in their account. And we are so blessed that during this transition period, we have all these documents. If I'm allowed today, I will tell you exactly what is in that account to the penny, LD and US dollars. To the penny. As of the only thing in the testament you can say, as of December 31st, and Boma Kamara know, the senators they know. 2023, guess what happened? What was in the account was $69 million. Up to inauguration. Now they coming with that funny math. 2005 plus 2005, 0 plus 0, 0. 0 plus 0, 0. 5 plus 5, 10. You carry one. You carry one and go where? It finished. Glenny, don't laugh. I think you that what you see. It finished.
No, it's not going to finish.
No, if I mean it finished, there is a report out there. You know, Amara is not a stupid dude. Amara gets sense. There's a report out there. There's a reason why Amara writing a letter. He knows what is in the consolidated account. But that's our least worriness. You have over 470 something governmental account that you're not talking about, but you're talking about 40 million and 20 million. What was created by George Manawia? Over 472 government account. Commerce Ministry alone get over 7 different accounts. That's the bigger picture. We have this report. You cannot sit down and worry over 40 million and 20 million. That's the math they want to confuse the Liberian people with. Prince Maxwell. Liberian government, instead of having an account directly with CBL and say this is it, they have over 470 something account. Over 400. Different small money moving here and there. And these people know what I'm saying is true. Commerce Ministry. Over, I mean, Moda will be walking to start looking at different accounts. Burma Kamara is walking into a mess. It will not take a day, it will not take a week, it will not take a month, it will not take a year, maybe the whole government before they can really face that thing as well. He is walking into the bullet, strictly financial stability bullet. So you worry about 20 million that you're talking. The amount of account for each ministry, each agency that he must run after and work along with the CBL and work along with that ministry or that entity. Maxwell, we shouldn't be sitting here talking about 20 million, 20.5 million, 40 million. That's our least awareness. And we start to put on some of this account. Liberal people will hold the hay. What George Manawea government, Asedo government, did to the Liberian people is nothing compared to the teeny thing, nothing compared to what Burma Kamara and the rest of the folks are walking in. And all we can do is to fast and pray for them that Liberia turn around. Seriously, I'm not talking about politics. I'm not going back in election days. We're keeping for 2029. But what we have in our possession when you talk about account, money, how can our government have over 472 something different accounts?
So,
no head, no tail.
CEO, you call my name. And
I didn't call your name. If I call your name, I'm sorry. I'll take it back. You're trying to interrupt. You see, I was calling Prince Maxwell name. Then you Prince Maxwell name I call you.
You are just confusing the public on something.
I am not. I said you have your time to speak. You have your time to speak.
Okay.
This is
to go right after you so the people don't go.
No, but Glenny, let me serious, Dr. Richardson. Let me serious here. When Senator were doing this thing because they wanted to steal, they wanted to eat money, they create different accounts in those ministry and entity. That only them know. I don't want the Liberian people to be focused on the 20 million or the 40 million. No. The bigger is that 400 and something different accounts. Where the money? The mafia cartel operation from those accounts that was directly focusing on Samuel John Weah and the rest of them. I look at Burma Kamara, sorry for him. He will have a restless night. He will sleep. I'm dead serious. It will take a man and everything in him to fight the system that Liberia can come back with the fiscal discipline. I read Prince Maxwell. Let's skip answer for a minute and let's do a round on this thing.
I'm privileged to be on this network with Isaac. I've never met Isaac before, but I've been privileged enough to meet his brother, Deconti, who I have great respect for. I see where Deconti's passion comes from now. And I see where Deconti's sensitivity and brilliance comes from. I see that. So let me be honest with you. What Isaac is doing is one of the most brilliant moves I've ever seen a young politician moving from one government to the next is doing. No Sibisha is brave enough to do what Isaac is doing. And I commend you for that. I really do. You're taking all the shots and you're acting as a sponge. And you're going to take the shots because you understand the long-term effect and outcome of what you're doing. So I respect that and I can see it. But I'm not going to sit on this platform and make arguments with you, knowing fully well that we are all transitioning this government. And like I said earlier on, what is important, there are two critical pillars that are important here that we all need to talk about more. There has to be a transitional process law, legislation passed. The next thing is, Amara Kone has written the Central Bank of Liberia. The information will come out of the Central Bank. Speculation right now on this matter will not serve the Liberian people in any way because math and numbers don't lie. So I hope that the legislature, the 55th legislature, will pass a transitional process legislation so as to block all those loopholes that we are now having conversation about here and that could possibly create constitutional and public crisis in the future. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Asedo?
Well, CEO, let me just remind you, for the first time under President Weah's leadership, Liberia passed the fiscal responsibility under the MCC scorecard. For the first time, one time. Let me just remind you on that. So let's go further. CEO, thank God, so glad that you know Burma Kamara. Please call him. Please tell him to send you evidence. The CDT government had less account than the United Party government had. I gave you an instance at the youth and sports where I was. Each donor had a separate account. When we got in, it was like, okay, why can't we have a donor account? We started closing some accounts. But giving the public the information as if something is being done wrongly is not fair to the people. CEO, you are running a government with agencies and ministries doing different things. You are bound to have multiple accounts because of multiple issues you are doing. Let's take, for instance, the Ministry of Commerce. The Ministry of Commerce may be having 5 different governmental projects that get money from government and maybe 10 donor projects that get money from donors. You don't expect to have World Bank money going into an African Development Bank sponsored project account. You don't expect a project that is intended to give out loan going into a project that is intended to trim business account. So you have to have fiscal discipline in a way that your reporting matches the income that comes in. There is absolutely no way, CEO, you will have accounts less than what the CDC had, unless wherein you want to run the government from a point of confusion where nobody knows what. But
As a
how
staff
does the
giver has come
consolidated
in.
account? No, it's true. I'm telling you what is real.
As a staff giver
Ask
has
Bama Kamara.
I don't even
There were
want to start with
there
your
were
youth
more
sport.
accounts.
I
There
don't
were,
even want to start with your youth sport, Isaac. I
but
don't
that
even
is the
want to
right
start with
thing.
the amount of money
There were more accounts.
your aid
CEO,
over there.
CEO,
Isaac, we
I am
have
not
the
talking
transitional
politics.
final report of
CEO,
2023. I
I am
just
not
sent it
talking.
to you, and
No,
let's
I
just go through
know.
your youth sport ministry alone.
CEO, I was part of the government, so I know what came out of the government. I'm only telling you there were more accounts from the United Party 12-year rule than there was for the CDC 6-year rule. I am not saying this as politic, and I only challenge you to kindly place a call to Mr. Kamara and have him send you the list of accounts that the United Party 12-year government
I
had.
don't have to
I'm
place
sure
a
you will
call
not
on
send
Mr.
to
Kamara.
CEO.
I don't have to place a call on Mr. Kamara. Mr. Kamara will be going for confirmation. I don't have to place a call on Mr. Kamara. He will be going for confirmation hearing. Once seated, we're going to go ahead and bring Mr. Kamara on the show. Mr. Kamara never shied away. Wema Kamara is here every day, and as finance minister, he's going to appear. Unlike Samuel Tuet, I thought Tabata, he will be here to educate the Liberian people, break down the numbers, and talk about the issues. So, indeed, on the 31st, tomorrow, this Burma Kamara and Double Jala from LRA will be sitting in front of those senators. Chair Senator Prince K. Moyi for confirmation tomorrow. And my God, Chris, probably, indeed, we believe in that they will go through. They will be confirmed. They will start the work immediately. This is no joke, Isaac. The problem that we are faced with as a nation, imagine 6 years, just 6 years. You guys staying there. What if y'all going to be there for 12 years? You're going to sell the country. Thank goodness. Thank goodness.
That's the reason.
Thank goodness that the people saw a fit, and God bless us all as a nation with one voice to say no to George Manawea.
See, who forget about
if you have a finance minister in the person of Samuel Tuet buying every radio station, giving people carto to sweet talk the Liberian people, messing up every project, entering into the PFM law, disregard to the law, taking the road fund money. Can we talk about those issues?
Yeah, I know.
And let's talk about the issue also that now you have Burma Kamara. I'm not here to
$40 million.
I'm not here to elevate Burma Kamara, but you have Burma Kamara trying to bring in discipline. Give him the chance. He got a heck of work to do. It's not a joke. I can beat on Burma Kamara any day, but this man have to bring the country back through the help of his team to install some goodwill in the minds of the Liberian people, some hope. Unlike your former finance minister, Samuel Tuet. So, Dr. Richardson, Gibson, Al Hassan, Glendy, let's wrap this thing up because we got 12 more minutes, and but this is a disgrace to talk about the 40 million. We have over 470 something that come up there that George will. And let me say this, though. I will end on this.
Can I wrap
I will end on this. Fatiga, I know you got to go. I will end on this. And just to add, and we'll be displaying the report, the cluster report, that everyone will see it. We'll put it on this front page. because of this same account issue. Glenn, don't you know that they deny those closed up members from the Joseph Boyka team access to some of this information? They cover them up. They say, we are not giving you jack. Go find it by yourself. Why are you talking? I'm going to screenshot some of this report for you to see it. These people left. Look at it. Burma Kamara all got all the report. Commerce, nothing. LPRC, no cow. Freeport, LDC. At the conclusion, they say they can't give these people anything. And Ase must sit on the show and celebrate the
No
goodness
one
of George
celebrating.
Floyd
I'm
and his
only telling you what
government.
is the truth. That's the
That's
real
the
truth.
thing.
Do
Because
yourself a
I
favor
think
and
I talked
request
to
the
us, man.
accounts from United Party. You will see even times 3 of what you're
Fadiga,
talking
talk to
about.
us. Fadiga?
Yes, Stanton. Look, Stanton. When it comes to money management, we know how the CDC work. They use donor funds. Even our partners, international partners, had to frown and send out that letter that was out there about them using donor funds. They went into our foreign reserve. The 150 something million that was depleted. So when it comes to money and something, you know how the CDC are. So look, I won't waste my time arguing on this 40 million. Tuesday, February 6th, this will be laid to rest. We have people from the central bank in the Senate, and they will present those facts. And if it is established that indeed 40 million was left, we'll try to find out what happened to the 20 million. Other than that, I don't believe a word from Isaac, though. I don't believe a word from any ex-government official. Like I said earlier, these guys have a terrible relationship with the truth. So I don't believe that they have any intention of saying it right now. So I'll wait. I'll hold my horse. But as far good show, I enjoy the conversation today, Isaac. You're a tough guy, but you are in the wrong terrain. I know Prince say you are a sponge. Look, if we keep beating this sponge, I'm afraid it will have some aneurysm, and we do not want that to happen here. So we
Exactly.
will be very moderate, but at the same
You
time,
good.
we will hold your feet to the fire, my brother.
That's good, my brother.
All right, but Fadiga, you say you're going to call me. You didn't. I tried calling you. I didn't get you.
I
So,
will call you. Let's talk after this. That's what you do.
okay, thank you.
All right.
All right, thank you,
That,
Fadiga.
I
Be
haven't
safe.
received that call yet from that person as well. So.
Oh, okay. I'll work it out. Thank you so much.
Is it my time?
No, I was going next, right?
Yeah, that's what you're saying. That keep Gibson for last.
So I wanted to point out something that I heard that is a little bit disturbing to me. Isaac Doe, former minister, said that he saw the bank balance of his own 2 eyes. That is disturbing because I do not expect you to be seeing Liberia's.
Not even true.
Okay, if it's true. No, I believe it because this is how CDC operated. This man said the reason why he got it privy to see that account was because the person who was in charge of our money is his buddy, is part of his party member. But I want to go back to the point of respecting our financial record, respecting all records in the country, that it should be kept confidential. That's what I wanted to say. So I hope that a stop should be put on sharing such important information. My second thing I wanted to say, I learned a few things.
So now how we getting news to the people, Dr. Richardson? Why you be on the show to spot it? Good thing. Dr. Richardson, man. How our sources will get our information? Listen, forget what Dr. Richardson said. When you see something, say something, call us, please. When you want to share something, share it with me.
But you gotta say sorry.
Yeah, we baking. Please share it with me.
My second point that I have to say is that when Joe Mully was on this show, I learned a few things from him, and you often hear me refer to him. One of the reasons he said the transitional team was set up was to prevent such failures, such as the one that we are discussing. He mentioned that for almost 6 years, the CDC government and Ellen Johnson government went back and forth. You left this? No, you left this. You left this? No, you left this. Okay? So he thought by establishing the transitional team, when Buckeye's government come in, There won't be this back and forth going back as we are doing now. CDC is saying they left $40,000. Boca is saying no, they left $20,000. But whoever said, I think Fadiga or whoever was here was right. On February 6th, we'll know the end result. Me, I'm going to wait for the facts and for all the information to trickle down, okay? But I'm hearing former Deputy Minister Asedo convicted in what he's saying. He says that, you know, they left $40 million there. Something is also telling me that there was a mistake made on Buckeye's team. And I'm not being, you know, vindictive when I say this. I don't think that he was given the correct numbers. I think that somebody made a mistake in providing the correct numbers to Buckeye, whether it was the incoming finance minister, and I don't think that should be happening. I think that it should be very, very careful and scrutinize information that they provide to Buckeye. On that note, as it relates to the account, the 400,000 or whatever account, I think that's a distraction right now. I wouldn't want to focus on that, but I actually think that the Unity Party government should do something about those many multiple accounts. Some of those accounts were for stealing purposes, corruption purposes, and that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Glendy, you want to go? We're wrapping this thing up.
Yeah, great show. I just think in summary that Minister Doe is doing his best to save face. And I think he's in a tight spot. He's trying so hard. But CDC government is indefensible. You can't defend them. Because if you do, you fall short on your own integrity when you do that. He was in the government, so he knows. He knows how many, countless of times that Tour said so many things that were all incorrect. And they continue to fool the government. Unfortunately for him now, like I think Prince said, for him to even be the one, he's in a tight spot to even want to be in that space to come and defend CDC is commendable. It's highly commendable that he can save face to come on this national platform to defend an indefensible government. We must applaud you for it, my brother, but you're going to fall flat. You're going to, because the thing about it is your records, the government of CDC, the records are there. And it's so early for us to even forget the smallest thing that this government did. So I want to join Prince and hail you. Good job. But it's going to take you nowhere. And I would hope that the numbers that President Boyka read were not, I really do hope that they were not incorrect, because it will also add to another mishap of the government so early. I will hope that that number was correct, and that the CBL will prove that. I also think that whatever Isaac is saying as it relates to being aware of every penny or every dime he's seeing, I think that's just saving face. I don't even think he has any idea as to what's in the bank. I don't think he has seen it, because it will say that this is someone who does not work at the bank. Why would he have access to the funds in the bank? That's like Mame said yesterday, pedestrian accuracy.
Let me relative that's me as well.
But
I'm just saying he may have been able to see the documents based on what Samuel Twe showed him. But are we reliant on Samuel Twe? Really? I mean, he can rely on him there from the same camp, but you expect me to rely on what Samuel Twe says as a Liberian citizen? No, I won't.
But I think, Glendy, I think I will give you a few seconds back. I think as you see in the document, this is Liberia.
Which is true.
Yeah.
But he has been able to see Stanton probably what Samuel Twe wants him to see.
I'm not going to defend Isaac.
I can sit there and take two stripes on a row and tell you this is how the map of Liberia looks. Are you telling me about Samuel Twe? Who goes on?
You are selling electricity to articles
and tell us this is the GDP and the RP and the QRP. Like, really? I'm going to believe Samuel Twe?
Just to believe to really add to what you are saying, Glendy. When I told Isaac though that they mess up, and We pray, the bird will not ask for long feathers, but long life. Because when the bird got a long life, that feather going to grow. The issue here is for Isaac though, and Gibson that pretending here to say, yeah, he's talking about Joseph Parker today. He's just pretending. Okay. The issue is not about them. I'm happy that they're coming on. Sam Jackson, I'm happy. They're all welcome. Simon Twain can even come on our business. Akaris Girl can come on our business. But look at this. Look at some of the final report from the cluster. Okay. I want to show this. Let every librarian take a picture of it and we'll share it on our page. Because this is what we do. It's so bad. The summary of the Energy and Petroleum Cluster Report, the Petroleum Cluster Report. Look at what they look at. Look, you see the reason why I said don't falling back. Look. Liberia Petroleum Refinery Company, LPRC. Let's read. This is just one of them. LPRC received from the Energy and Petroleum Cluster Working Group the entity's specific questionnaire and met the managing director and senior members of the management team on December 28, 2023. At the meeting, the management committed to submit its response to the questionnaire within the stipulated time of 48 hours. Now, this is where it gets so interesting, and I hope Isaac do listening. However, at the time of finalizing this report, LPRC had not provided any information relative to this assessment, despite several follow-up and assurances from the management. Based on this apparent non-cooperative posture of the LPRC management, the Energy and Petroleum Cluster Working Group therefore strongly recommend that the new administration give urgent priority to assessing LPRC operational and financial status. Let librarians see this. I said don't come on the show and talking Tabata every day. This is not only LPRC we're talking about. So Amos Sweat is walking down there with away. You put something on his eye, or blindfolded. That's how he walked into that ministry. Amos Sweat. He got to start digging all over. These people, look at the last paragraph. However, at the time of finalizing this report, LPRC had not provided any information relative to this assessment. Let's go to the next one. National Oil Company of Liberia, NOCAL. You see how George Weah told his people to operate? The Energy and Petroleum Cluster Working Group was unable to obtain any official record from the management of NOCAL. The CEO, Safwa Megre, as specified on the institution-specific questionnaire despite effort through telephone calls. That is important. Oh, I said don't run away. He know that we're coming for him now. He ran away. Through telephone calls, they couldn't get anybody. WhatsApp messages, not me saying it though, it's right there. And visit by the CWG to the company premises. A prompt measure is extremely necessary because, notwithstanding the obstacle, CWG managed to access relevant information on the sector which needs to be further investigated. The recommendation for NOCAL. What asset don't run away for? Can somebody help bring him back?
No, let's just go ahead. Stanton. Go ahead.
No, I'm going ahead. And we want to share these things on our, listen, Nelson, I'm asking you now, just copy and post it on all of Spoon pages. Let the Liberian people see it. This government, the Joseph Yima government, all those ministry, they are walking in there, Dr. Richardson, with no record. And when they call for audit, people begin to say that witch hunt. We'll go to LDC. We'll go to Legis. We'll go to those ministry. Commerce is worse. Not a thing. People refuse to answer phone call. Should we talk about finance?
It's terrible.
Should we talk about finance? Then I said, don't must sit here and he said he pound here. Pound here on what?
On Spoon.
No, pound here for CDC.
Stand on. Let me just say this. the people should get used to me using sarcasm a little bit. I don't use it as often as possible, but to our audience and to the Liberian people, please get used to me using sarcasm. What I said about Isaac family, I meant that. That was being real. Every other thing that was behind that was either sarcasm or metaphor. All right.
Let's be center England at Tabitha.
Isaac is very, very brave.
Wait, I beg you.
No,
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Let me
Go
sure that
ahead.
Acid it's okay. Because I bought a report that his own ministry of youth and sport, where he came
How you
from.
ran away?
Yeah, I bought a report I want outside. His own ministry. I want everybody to pay attention. I said, the own ministry of youth and sport.
And this one he was part of. He was part of the reporting.
The one that I gave them. I want Acid to come.
This one he was part of the reporting of that. So yeah.
Yes, and he was defending it earlier. He said that we should call the keep it farming weeks.
Look, Isaac behaving as a brilliant opportunist. He sees a vacuum in CDC. It's better to put a face on all of public media and occupy that space. In about just 2-3 years, Isaac will be the most important political figure within CDC. That's the reason why I say he's being brilliant, because he wants to take over CDC. The man, he's not doing it for now, he's doing it for the future. 3 years from now, he continues to maintain this posture, maintaining his face on public radio and TV and everything else. He becomes one of the most permanent political figures in CDC. That's the reason why there are all these Liberian people saying Isaac being brilliant. But everything else behind that was complete metaphor and sarcasm.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Let's bring in Gibson. Jerry Gibson.
I think my honeymoon with JMB is done. I believe Isaac, to some extent.
Did I call you to support
The man is back. The man is back. You can win the thing. You can win the thing. Isaac, I respect you. You can win the thing, man. You can go for it. Go for it.
They call you.
I think Isaac number one. Look, I believe Isaac, German. Look, I still believe that the JMB government will be 5 times more corrupt than the George Weah government. Even the inaugural funds, they couldn't manage it.
Oh, yeah.
The inaugural funds, simple as $365,000. It's all over the place of mismanagement, miscalculation, misplacement. And we are talking about managing millions. JMB will be confused. They will just come to him and say, Papa, that is 50, and he will say yes, and his name will be going back while they put it behind him. Georgia government will be missed as the best government because JMB government will blunder. And they will steal, and they will enrich themselves, and they will be 5 times more corrupt. I'm sorry to say this, but I think I believe Isaac on this one.
Okay, your time off.
Yes, I need my 30 seconds on him.
No,
I need my 30 seconds on you. No wonder why the people voted yesterday say you shouldn't come out on the platform here.
Oh, the voting again?
Are you imagine?
Voting to boot me out?
The voting every day gives you every day. The voting.
Every day they say you should not come back here. Can you imagine?
Oh my God, this guy.
So, Stunner, I'm here. OJ is behind me. I'm here now.
Stand on. Isaac is here. He said he's here to face your wrath.
Yeah, this is the thing. You know, it is.
I said, wait, guys. I see you guys say youth and sport cluster report.
I seen it.
Yeah, please check it out. I sent it to you. The first one was the energy report. I'm sending you the cluster. I'm going to send you public work. I'm going to send you guys everything. I hope the guys share them on our pages. Let people see them. Let's say, I want to be fair. This is not about secret Gibson. They got a cluster report. Let's share it to everybody. Let everybody see it and let them read it. Let's see what George Manuel left for Jose Yiman Boaka. You know, there's nothing secret about this one now. Don't say it's a secret thing. No. So I sent you the summary of the energy and petroleum cluster report, and I sent you listen. As a matter of fact, it will be on our page. Nelson, please put it there. We want to say everything to everybody. I beg you. I hope I'm saying you. I'm saying somebody recording you. Ooh. The same way we send the inaugural transport committee report, we send the one for Miata Fumbler and all. And we're going to send all these things then. You just drop it in the bags. If you want to be part of our room, okay, the Minister of Justice report, we have that from the beginning, the final official turnover note of Minister of Justice. Let me send it again. We have all of them. We're going to share with our guys. You'll look into it. You'll see the trouble Joseph Boakai walked into. I'm not doing this because it's a joke. He walked into trouble. Joseph Boakai walked into a complete mess. So when people come and question, I mean, the country needs to be help. And as the door, his government have let us down. This is not a joke. Our people need to be delivered by fire, by force. I applaud Americone. I can say this any second. His letter written to Talu and Central Bank is very, very commendable. I am looking forward to the confirmation hearing of these folks. I want to see that senator that will come up and hold people responsible on the document. You were close, Isaac. We want to let you go. No, I just want to highlight, as you can see, February 2nd, on Friday. There you go. Gregor Coleman and Abraham Kerman. Confirmation, honor the chairmanship of Senator Momo Cyrus. The next thing, yeah, Amin Moda on the 5th. Confirmation, honor the chairmanship of J. Alex Tyler. As you can see, Burma Kamara and Doba Jala honor the chairmanship of Prince Moyi. I mean, we got to set this thing up. It's all there. Jaso Jala Sebe honor the chairmanship of Nathaniel Fallo McGill. You see, Sarah Beslow Yanti honor the chairmanship of Darius DeLong, Foreign Affairs. You know, we got to dig this thing. Chair on executive. You know, Sylvester Grisby will be confirmed or he will not be confirmed as the chair on executive going to lead that through the Senate. These are the information the Liberian people want to hear. What was left for our country? What was given to the people? So we get all these cluster reports. Let's share it. Let the people dig into it. And I said, don't come on the show and lying, and the government ain't even 2 weeks yet. Gibson Jerry said they will start stealing. I mean, you cannot say they will start stealing. The government in 2 weeks yet, my brother. Hope for the best. Hope for the better Liberia. We'll hold them responsible when they start stealing. And, you know, but give them the chance to perform. And as I close the show, you're not closing the show because you say anything will jump on you. So just speak.
Okay,
Instead
yeah, thank you.
You get 40 seconds.
So I know Dr. Richardson was concerned about me seeing the accounts. Dr. Richardson, I was a deputy minister in the government. The government, as a matter of fact, has this responsibility. Every quarter, every ministry submits report to the national legislature as well as GAC. And we also have governmental chat room where evidence of reports are also placed. I was a deputy minister, not just an assistant, but you should understand that I had the knowledge to know. So I don't think that should be a problem for me. Now, let's go to the next thing. I want to be quick. Before Hassan Fadiga left, he was talking about CDC's responsibility way of managing money, according to him. But probably he forgot. Maybe he couldn't remember certain things. The CDC met in the consolidated account $7 million, and the CDC is leaving $40 million. The CDC met in a reserve about $94 million. The CDC is leaving $220 million plus. That does not seem to be representative of a government that is irresponsible. For the first time, the CDC passed the fiscal affair criteria, fiscal responsibility criteria in the MCC scorecard. That does not seem to be an entity or a government that is irresponsible. And I got other points here. You are talking about accountability on things, CEO. I know you always want to make the public to get this different picture from the reality.
You reading something?
This no, I
What
don't
are you
read.
reading?
No, I don't read things. I'm talking.
Because I see your eye going down the phone. Why are you reading that? Who said I tested you? That's doing you justice, so.
I'm way above
No,
that.
we
But
see your
let's go
eyes.
to
We
this.
should see your eyes.
He got no independent mind.
We should see your eyes.
Right. Let's go to the CEO. Let's be real here. The UP government is just few weeks, and you say we should give them time. Government continues. It's not about time. Every day is important in our lives. The first act of the government after being announced as winner was the former vice president to have given out $10 million Liberian dollars and 200 becquerels, which is something around $55 million. I know someone was saying no one should question that. Well, no one is questioning the goodwill gesture, but Liberians will want to know who will be having influence over our government. Let's leave that. The next time the government came and gave you $650,000 to organize just one inauguration. We all know that was a blunder, and up to now, it is all around this place. In addition to that, you took out $365,000 of people's money because people contributed that you wanted to have some party around the place. And at the end of the day, you can't even show party that will help anywhere else. And somebody came on the show and said, you know what? The county authorities say let's take 1,000 because we're supposed to get them 500. Then later we take 200. What does that mean? If you are having a party in District 3, does that not cover everyone that lives within District 3? Do you have to have the leadership here having one party, the leadership middle having other party, the other people? What does that mean? You can't even account for the very first monies you've received. And you want to question the CDC that came into power, minting 7 million and leaving 40 million, minting 94 million and leaving 220 million, and to close very, very quickly. And who really want us, this is very important. The election was very based on few
Give me 10 seconds of your time before you finish. 10 seconds.
Right.
Listen, Dr. Richardson will be ashamed of the JB government in the future. She's a very pragmatic and financial probity-driven person. This government is starting very, very, very bad. This government, the elements who are behind the president, they are starting very, very bad. These things that Mr. Doe is talking about, the inaugural fund alone, it can go a long way. People will remember this forever and ever. This government will be 5 times more corrupt than Joshua government. I give your time back.
Well, thank you. And just to end, CEO, the bread and butter issues were major issues during the campaign. We're talking about the price of rice on the market. We're talking about the price of fuel on the market. We're talking about the government, the past government's tuition-free policy. We're talking about WAEC. Those were very major. The issue of harmonization, where the president, the now president, when he was running, said that was a Booker's thing. He's going to make sure it is changed, and he will carry civil servant salaries back at the way it was before that harmonization came in. Up to now, we are not talking anything about that. Where is policies on civil servant pay increasing? How is the government looking to, in the short term, tackle the issue of rice prices on the market, the issue of fuel prices on the market? What would the government be doing in terms of the tuition-free policy? Are they continuing? Are they discontinuing? The issue of WAEC. I can assure you, or CEO, this morning, I had 2 cases coming to me this morning to help them on the issue of WAEC because they say WAEC coming. And then in addition to that, the other lady
They came to you because you had the money.
But that's what they came
to you because you had the money.
The head of WAEC said the government, CDC government owes 5 years fees from WAEC.
No, not 5 years.
5 years.
No, not 5 years, but 5
It's 5. That was from the leader. 5 years.
No, but says Glendy,
well, if you guys are paying it,
government,
no,
it's not that.
Now.
Government is continuing. The government has spent over, I'm not sure of the real numbers, but the government has spent, the government has, even if the government, what's the big deal into it?
They owe 5 years.
No, not $5 million, if I'm right.
No,
but
I
it's
said
not
5 years worth. 5 years
it's
worth
not
of
correct,
WAEC.
but okay, if you say so. But again, what I'm saying is the fact that the WAEC fee things, they did not come into place 5 years. So how would they hold 5 years anyways? But I'm thinking it was $5 million. But if you are spending about $20 to $30 million on something and you owe $5 million as a government is continuing with it. There are a lot of monies we've raised and we leave in the account for the government that is coming in. So that shouldn't be a problem. The only thing is that our people will need to have a settled mind. What is the government immediate plan on the issue of electricity? Now, for a long time, I had the highest time without current since yesterday to today. the quorum went by 11 o'clock yesterday, and it came today by 6:53. What is the government immediate plan? It's true. It's
So
true.
on a weird government there was electricity. On a weird government there was electricity in Liberia.
Even my house, there's electricity in my house.
For how long? For how long?
Well, we are there, but my
Make
leg
sure
used to
you
go
come
for
back
my leg
tomorrow.
used
The
to go
people
for
want
3
you to
minutes.
come back tomorrow.
3
Stop
minutes, 7
partying with the
minutes.
man.
No, but I'm saying what is true. I mean, I'm sure that the Richardson will agree with me. These are bread and butter issues that became center point of the campaign.
All
the
right,
issue of rice prices. What is the government's plan in the short term to address that?
But
The president did not mention
is,
any of those things.
Isaac is right.
Everyone is just left in limbo.
On the tuition aspect, is the government
What
going
would
to
the
continue
people
it or
be
not
doing?
continue it? Is the government going to regularize civil service salary or not regularize civil service salary?
So why didn't we have regular
Well,
rights?
we are closing
It's about assuring.
Why the government?
It's about assuring the public
well,
what you're going to do because people are confused right now.
So the best thing we actually are doing is to make sure that people don't pay off
You got about you finish?
Yeah, he should finish.
No, if you give me 2 seconds, I didn't finish. But again, today is the 31st. I hope Civil Servant will be getting paid in no time. And let me close on this. Says Glendy, says the CDC government did not win the election. It is not because the people wanted the same thing that happened to continue to happen. So if you want to say CDC did not do this, the question is, why did the people then vote for United Party? It is because the United Party said they will do the right things to all of the wrong things that the CDC did. So why should we still be talking about the wrong things CDC did when that was the basis for which you were elected into office anyways?
Thank you, Isaac. So just wait until everybody finish. I'm sure Glendy got a response for you.
Yes.
It's Prince Maxwell, you want to go, and then we'll go to Jerry. Let's skip a little bit.
Yeah, we're closing now, right?
Yes.
All right. So let me just talk about what happened today. First and foremost, I have a huge respect for the EPS, the agency, the agents that are there. Some of them are my dear friends. The number of years I spent with those individuals, I got to know how professional they were and how professional most of them are still today. They protected 2 presidents now. They've delivered that for Liberian people. It would be foolish of anyone to throw a stone at the EPS at this moment. Their objective is to make sure that the life of the president or VIP in the country is safe. And they've done that for many, many years now. So congratulations to them. But yes, today there was a breach. And we hope that they can plot that, patch that, fix that, and do not allow that to happen again. For those new EPS officers that have joined the ranks, we ask you to follow the examples of those you met there. Learn to be professional. Pay attention to duty so that this cannot happen again. Like I said the last time, when one EPS officer gets the glory, don't give it to one EPS officer. Today, we are not talking about one EPS officer. We are talking about the entire EPS today. That's the reason why I gave the praises to the EPS on the day the agent rushed to guard the president when the heat was too much in Liberia. I give it to the entire EPS. Today, we are putting this blame on the entire EPS. So let us be fair with that. These guys work day and night, and we should all commend them. But at the same time, we need to point it out that they need to be careful and they need to pay attention as well. So congratulations to you all, gentlemen, but please pay attention. You cannot make this happen again. Liberian people got too much respect for you guys. So please keep it up.
Okay, I'm going to go to Glenn.
Lastly for me, on the issue of the money, I would say that let's just simply leave it up to the letter that's been written, and we'll see what comes from there. Thank you, Dr. Richardson.
Okay, let's wait for everybody to finish doing the closing, and then we'll all leave together. Gibson, Jerry.
Thank you very much, Lord. First of all, one of my items of closing is our commentators. From the beginning, I was the hero here. they were praising me. I was good man. But just in a second, now I'm the devil, I'm evil, I'm bad. You know, Jeremy, let me tell you, that's what make a journalist. When you see it, you speak it as you see it. Don't be afraid. Let the people judge you by your opinion. And that's how I want people to judge me. That when I say something, I mean it. I don't say it because I hate the other person. I criticize George Weah. I criticize Joseph Boakai. I criticize Isaac. I criticize anybody. And I know I feel good because I know I'm saying what is in my heart. I may be even wrong. But I agree with Prince. What happened today is bad. But I'm looking at certain elements of that, of what happened this morning. Look, in our society, we are used to police brutality, security brutality. What happened today was a major, major security issue for the VIP. Because for you to put your hands, break the security breach the security corridor, and put your hand on the chest of the president, almost to his neck, and trying to pull him towards you. Why if you had a knife, you would have plucked it on his side. Or maybe have powder, maybe some kind of powder that can, people, the one you King Jong-un use on his brother. You could kill the president. But at the same time, the security, they would have shot him too. They would have shot him to or they would have hustled him in the ground, break part of his body, break his mouth, but they safely moving away from the president. I think that part I want to appreciate. Every other thing may be wrong, but I want to appreciate the fact that they were able to use responsible action and not the normal brutality that we have been used to since the Samuel Doe time. And my last point is, look, Doe, thank you for coming here. And I think you should come always to, to give us information.
Well, who are you?
What, I'm a panelist. I'll put my panelist there. That why you talking? I'm a panelist. So I want Isaac to come always. You see, it helps because Isaac can actually provide inside information that will be valuable to the conversation, even if we don't like the information he's providing, but it is valuable to the conversation. And I believe what he said today, we shouldn't brush it by the side. Even if we support Joseph Boakai, you can support Joseph. It's true. What happened? We should be able to correct that. You have a situation where you're talking about Joshua managing millions of dollars. You cry, but he gave you 600,000, 365,000, and all over the place. I just like to stop here.
Let me do my closing. I do agree. Thank you guys for joining us. It was a great show.
But plenty I to our close here.
Oh, I just want to close because today Tuesday I gotta go to Bible study.
Okay, look like you come from eating.
Come on, he. Come on, he. That guy start talking.
Go to your closing and then
Thank you guys for joining us. Hope you can join us again. It will be a great day tomorrow with all the confirmation hearing going on. And folks, let me say this. Like, you guys know I have love for JMB. I love him to death, seriously. But we have to balance this conversation for the sake of Liberia. We got to hold people responsible for the past sin. The past sin of CDC is very, very detrimental toward our growth. It's something that will go in the next 50 to 100 years. It's not a joke. Looking at this clusters report that is coming out from every sectors, you will understand that our country is in mess. You need to pray for Joseph Yima Boakai and Jeremiah Quinn and the entire leadership. Now, to err is human and to forgive is divine. If they made a mistake, we'll chastise them. We'll tell them. Those of us that they pick up our phone call and they listen to, we pray God and we say, thank God for that privilege. We'll tell them. But I think Joseph Yima Boakai, this government, this president, need our every prayers. They're walking straight into a death trap. And everybody want a simple mistake to kick them out. Look at Asido. What a disgrace. What a shame. In less than 2 weeks, Asido and his fake brother Gibson coming on our set. I told you guys not to believe Gibson. And then when we were talking about the EPS, it was a joke. He can say the government will fail. How can you wish for the government to fail? In less than 2 weeks, Kennedy, Dr. Richardson, what a shame. What a shame. I was sitting back eating my salad, my hand was burning. Because I need to eat salad, But what a shame. In less than 2 weeks. You're running beyond Reverend Tappe at about 365,000. You're running beyond. No, listen, let me tell you. At least Reverend Tappe man up and he came on the show.
But he was supposed to come on Monday.
No. Let me do my talking. You always like to interrupt me. Let me do my own talking now. I must say this. We need to appreciate some courageous men and women. It took everything in President Bouaka to make those appointments. Let's see who will go through the confirmation. Let's see. Let's agree that they're going to confirm everybody. I'm just saying it. So what? Let's give them the chance to perform. But I can assure every Liberian listen to us that under this government, President Joseph Yima Bouaka, when you are caught, you're gone. You will be persecuted. That's a fact. That when you are caught, you are out. It can be whosoever have relation. There will be no special relationship. Give these people a chance to work. Our country is bleeding. Our country, CPR say is nothing compared to. We're not past the CPR stage. We passed the shocking stage, when they put a defibrillator on you and try to hit you. Guys, that's a president that wake up early in the morning. He doesn't go to bed till 1 a.m. You will not find him to Jamaica Resort. Don't they be frank? This thing get hurt.
Who doesn't go to bed?
You will not find President Joseph Yema Bouaka to a resort.
President Joseph Bouaka does not go to bed.
Who doesn't go to bed, CEO?
Let me finish.
Okay, fine.
Right now, I'm talking to you. Joseph Yema Bouaka is in a meeting right now.
See,
why are you interrupting me? Why are you interrupting me? Why you guys interrupting me? Let me finish.
Why shouldn't the president go to bed?
Can you go and let me buy, please? No, let me deal with this two guys then. Seriously. You're talking all kind of nonsense. Our country is bleeding.
If people listening to Isa will be laughing. Say the president doesn't go to bed 12 o'clock.
I'm saying to you because let me say this to you. Let me say, you know, sometimes he's a president now, so listen, he's a president now, right? He's a president now. So when I go through our number 2 we used to do something, they say hold back. But I will say this to you, make no mistake. What has happened before will not happen again.
Okay.
And your wishful thinking, two of your wishful thinking, back to sender. I want everybody that know about God and prayer, look at Acid do and look at Gibson, and just tell us it back to sender.
See, let me take 1 second of your time.
I want everybody. I gotta go. I want everybody listening to me right now. Look at Isaiah and look at Gibson and say back to sender. Tell them. Y'all have a good night, man. Y'all leave me alone.
Thank you, Glenny.
Great show.
Why would they send it back to sender? What did you do? We knew
But now, Jerry, please don't interrupt. Glenny gotta go and then I gotta go so we all can go home together.
Yes. Great show, everybody. Thanks to all the viewers, the comments and everything. What happened this morning, we will hope that they continue whatever investigation they have to do, that they will complete the investigation. I still feel that press release, a short statement should have come out earlier than the time that it came out. I still feel that should have been done. But I'm pretty sure that the press secretary and others will look into this and see how they can improve on it so that the citizens are informed a little earlier than probably 9 or 10 hours later. As far as what happened, one of the things I missed, I didn't say was, somebody mentioned it here already, that even after the guy tried to hug or whatever, tried to grab JMB, he was not really shaken. He was like, he continued right after to continue to do his, like he was programmed to shake the person's hand. But it was a serious event that occurred today, and we have to be able to ensure that the president of Liberia is safe. That is paramount amongst everything else, that when wherever he goes, he has to be safe, because there's just so many things that's at stake for him to become as vulnerable as he was today. So I'm sure they will take the national security people, the EPS people, they will take note of that, and they will govern themselves accordingly. I appreciate the work that's been done with the Senate as it relates to the note that was put out today by Senator Amara Conan. Will be looking out to get to hearing what the response is. It seems like the public will be informed when CBL responds to their request. So we'll be looking forward to seeing it. We'll be looking forward to watching the different Senate hearings, because we want to ensure that there's no repeat of what we saw before. We want to be able to pay attention. We want to be able to hear the different candidates. We want to be able to know that they are competent and they're able to carry on the work that they've been appointed for. What else? I think that was basically all of the stuff that we talked about today. Yes, and if Reverend Tapper is listening, he hasn't returned to Spoon. He promised that he was going to return Monday. He said that, and thank you, Gibson, for reminding us of he's a minister of the gospel. He said that he will come back on Spoon on Monday to let us know what his audit was from the 14 district leaders.
Yes.
And up to today's date, Reverend Tapper has not come back to respond or to issue any statements. So we'll be looking forward to hearing what he has to say, because it's important. Whether we supported JMB or not, or whoever we supported, it is important for Liberians to stand up now and to hold people accountable. And that's the accountability we want. And I will definitely be reminding him on my page tonight that we're waiting for the audit. We're waiting to hear from him. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, let me to my closing. I want to just tell you guys, thank you for being here today, both viewers.
I'm sorry. It's my fault, Glendy. It should have been part of the conversation since yesterday. I have it. Okay. I'm talking about Reverend Tapper. We spoke about the end. Tomorrow or so we speak further. It's my fault.
I want to be like your crew, brother. You coming back here?
No. You know, listen, man. It's just that, Glendy, the story is just too many.
Okay.
And especially when you start having acid, don't come on the show now talking.
But are you bringing now?
You know, I didn't bring it. That's a network. The network is everybody's network. I cannot stop. I cannot stop.
You want new people, you want pioneers, you're pioneer by Karen Gibson says that you pioneer.
I cannot stop anybody from coming. That's the people's network. So if anybody says stop Gibson or stop acid, I cannot. That's the people's network.
So why you people are afraid? You be thinking at the extension of Unity Party, yeah? I don't know. You be
taking I want to
I'm hanging on thin rope. I say I'm hanging on thin rope. I don't want to talk before they vote me out.
Yeah. So Nelson have a show to do later. So let's get out of here. So I want to agree with everyone. First of all, just thank you guys for coming, and Gibson and Doe, it's good to have you. It's good for us to have these exchanges, diversity in our thoughts, and also it was a great show. I agree with everyone that, we did have a security breach today. This is a serious matter. We shouldn't be laughing about it. I'm happy to hear from Stanton that all of those security persons were reassigned. I think that's a good step. Anytime anyone is close to the president or anyone comes around the president, it should be seen as a threat. Okay. I don't care how friendly that person is, whether they want to give a hug or want to smile or whatever. They should go through the proper channels, and just grabbing a president like that is not the proper channel. In my opinion, investigation followed by training is ordered. As we go into confirmation, I want to urge the senators and the legislators, basically, or the senators, to take into consideration college plus experience. Do not just go and confirm everybody there. When you take, don't just see somebody who got a degree in marketing and then we send a person to some kind of technical area when they have had no experience at all. um I will support the whole idea of, college, even though some people want to undermine education. When you go to college, there's certain things that you learn. Your employer will know that you at least can commit yourself to a task and get it done. Your employer can also see your potential. They can see that you have the ability to solve problems. You are resourceful. You can work with different peoples, because when you go to college, it's not just you. You can work individually and within group, and you see people from different walks of life. It also strengthens your your interpersonal skills. It makes you resilient. Um, Lastly, I will wait until February 6th to make any comment on what was left, what wasn't left. This argument is just going back and forth, exactly what we wanted to avoid. And then after we hear from the committee, Americana, then we can put this to rest. But I believe that if there was an error in terms of the numbers and the speech was made, the speech writers need to beef up. They need to step up, because those mistakes should not be made. This is like almost three major mistakes that I was seeing in a matter of a couple of days, and that is unnecessary and uncalled for. So I want to thank you guys for watching. It was great having you, and viewers and panelists. So goodbye. We'll see you guys later. Bye bye. Nelson, are you on?
Yeah, I'm on.
Mhm.
And
If I,
we we're gonna be getting set for the late night show as well.
I know, we're getting into your time, but anyway, enjoy yourself. I'm gonna go get ready to go to bed.
Okay.
So see you later. All right, bye
Okay.
bye.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Well, folks, that's how I would like to draw down the curtains on the show today. Thanks to all of you for following us on Spoon Talk. Of course, this is where you get to receive all of the major happenings, factual information about the happenings in Liberia. Thanks to our folks in Radio Land, Spoon FM, Fabric FM, and Super FM. All of you watching from there, all of you who have been listening from there, rather, we say thanks to you. Thanks to the partner radio stations across the country that are relaying this program consistently. We appreciate all of you for doing that. And thanks to those of you online, YouTube, Spoon Talk Live, Facebook, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and Super TV. We appreciate all of you. Thanks for watching. Spoon Talk will be back on your radio tomorrow. We'll be here, of course, to give you another fascinating show. All of the details coming from the confirmation hearing tomorrow will be right here on Spoon Talk. You want to know what happened, what's going to happen at the legislature tomorrow, as to whether those individuals are going to be confirmed, how are they going to respond to the questions, their responses, and all of the different interactions, the analysis uh, will be coming here tomorrow on Spoon Talk surrounding that. Till we come your way again, my name is Nelson Colette. Have for yourselves a good night. And just before going, I want to do this one. Let me try to get it coming in here real quick. Um, yes, but again, we appreciate all of you for always following Spoon. This is the People's Network. This is where uh, we're dishing out Liberia's best, or we say Liberia's very best. So we say thanks to you all for always tuning in. There are lots of you who, once it's 8 p.m. or 8:30 p.m. here in Liberia, you always make sure that you run to your radio, grab your phone, or grab your TV or whatever, and you are there following Spoon. We appreciate you a whole lot. And it's because you follow Spoon that we're here doing what we do. And we can only do it together, making sure that It gets better every single day. It's been a fascinating show today. So many of you followed. And we appreciate you in the comment section as well. The comment section is a whole community all by itself. Lots of interactions, agreements, disagreements, everything happening right there in the comment section. But we appreciate you because that's part of the show. You bring a special flavor to Spoon Talk when you have your interactions in the comment section, and so we appreciate you for that. So let me just bring this one up. Let me get this one coming up here for you. Okay, so it's a congratulatory message here for one of the graduates of the United Methodist University. So congratulations to Mahama Dolly as you get your degree today from the United Methodist University. Your mom is saying, your mother, Orita N. Anderson, is saying, thank you, for making the family very proud. Hats off to you for your hard work. She says she loves you so very much, and she wish you all the very best. She wants you to enjoy your special day, and remember, this is just the beginning. And of course, she's saying happy birthday to you. You got a degree today, a Bachelor of Science degree in midwifery. No, you got a Bachelor of Science degree from the United Methodist University today in midwifery. And of course, she's saying happy, in fact, congratulations to you as you get to walk out the walls of that institution today. So again, to you, the graduate, Mahama Dolly, your mom, Orita and Anderson, is saying congratulations to you as you walk out the walls of the United Methodist University today with a bachelor's degree in midwifery. So we want to say thanks to all of you out there again. Thanks for following Spoon. We'll be back here tomorrow. Until then, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just